I know I've made a lot of videos recently clowning on driving streamers who are addicted to streaming while behind the wheel of a vehicle and hardly paying attention to the road, jeopardizing everyone's safety out there, and in a lot of cases, crashing. Recently, there was even a TikTok streamer who is now facing charges after killing a man while doing a TikTok driving stream.
It was weird, like, so. Let me call you right now. Oh,
What was that?
This is Tynesha Roten. As you can see, she was too preoccupied with her stream talking there. Maybe too many roses and galaxies capturing her attention, wasn't looking at the road, and struck and killed a pedestrian at an intersection. His name was Darren Lucas. This kind of shit gets my blood boiling, which is why I've been yapping about it so much recently, because it's only becoming more and more common. It's been normalized to just stream in cars now for a lot of people, and it's just incredibly dangerous and can lead to situations like that. In many of these cases, the streamer is too focused on their chat, interacting with them, jingling keys, doing the song and dance to keep the chat engaged, and they're just focused there, not on the road. So at that point, they're no longer even operating a vehicle, they're riding a fucking missile, which is why we've been seeing so many videos of them crashing, causing accidents, or in that case, killing people.
What is this guy doing? Wait, why? What are the ones for? Oh shit. Well, I just crashed my fucking car. Damn it, bro. Oh well.
Shucks. Oh well. Is what it is. That was unavoidable. That parked car came out of nowhere. He had no time to react to that at all. Not even at fault, honestly. That was really on that vehicle there. I mean, shame on them for parking, right? They should have known that a streamer would be coming through, just fucking blankly staring at their phone screen, reading chat like a fucking zombie out there. How could they not have predicted that? This clip is from yesterday, and we are seeing tons of clips like this all the time now, because streaming while driving has become very popular. Now, in this case, this streamer was clearly reading his chat. Moments before hitting that parked car, he even said, "What are the ones for?" indicating that he is looking at chat, not the road. He made no effort to turn away from the parked car despite ample opportunity to do so. It was like the most easily avoidable collision if he even glanced up from his phone for even a split second. Fucking SpongeBob SquarePants is more alert than this guy. Like, this is unbelievable just how long he zones out from what he is doing behind the wheel of this car. Imagine if that guy who crossed had went left instead. This dude would have flattened him like a fucking pancake. He wouldn't have even seen him. He would have just ran over him. And there's no cope or excuse because you can see all of it unfold before your very peepers here. He was just talking to chat. He makes that turn and is immediately lined up with the parked car and makes no adjustments. So he was still reading chat clearly. Either that or he's drunk. Either that or he fell asleep. Either that or he fucking blacked out there or something, his brain blue screened. And get this, Goofy is trying to say he wasn't distracted by his phone, his attention was on the pedestrian moving unpredictably in the roadway, so he was trying to avoid hitting them. Moving unpredictably in the roadway? Brother, he's going through the crosswalk. The clearly labeled crosswalk there. Like, what are you yapping about? It's... what? Hey, let's just play ball with this for a second. Let's say he was doing zigzags like he was trying to avoid an alligator. He was serpentining through the roadway. What do you mean that your eyes were on him to avoid hitting him? You crashed into a parked car. So what did you do? Like, turn your head fully around like a fucking owl trying to track this guy? What do you... like, what? This doesn't make any sense.
Alright, let's find a call before... what time is it? 4:20. Right on time. No, what is this guy doing?
This is the longer clip that makes it even more clear this guy wasn't moving unpredictably through the road or anything. And in this longer clip, it actually sounds like he's fiddling with something in the passenger seat, trying to get something out, and then making a reference to 420. So some people were speculating maybe he wasn't just like, you know, fucking laser focused on his phone. Instead, he was too preoccupied trying to light up or something. I still believe he was still looking at his phone, preoccupied with chat, since he was addressing them right before crashing into the parked car. His excuse is beyond dog shit, and it shouldn't fool a single soul on this planet. You would actually have to be a lobotomized idiot to believe that for even a split second, that the reason he crashed into a parked car is because he was trying to avoid hitting a pedestrian on the sidewalk. So he thought he was moving unpredictably on the road, and in order to avoid hitting them, decided to idly drive into a parked car. Yeah, that really passes the smell test, huh? Let's say for a second, though, let's play ball with this, because this is just so ridiculous. It's outlandish. Let's say he was moving unpredictably in the road. What was your strategy to avoid hitting him? Like not looking at the road, trying to look everywhere else besides the road? That would make you more likely to hit somebody that's moving unpredictably, by the way. So nothing about this makes any sense from his side of things with his explanation. It's clear what happened. He was distracted. He's streaming while driving. He was distracted by chat, or potentially distracted by whatever he was getting out in the passenger seat. I'm inclined to believe that, much like all the other fucking driving streamer losers that keep crashing their cars every other day, he was distracted by reading and interacting with chat and not paying attention to the road, and as such turned his vehicle into a weapon, hitting a parked car. That's what I think is pretty evident here from this clip. Now, what I want to also mention that adds just a cherry on top of this is this streamer earlier in that stream had made a citizen's arrest on a hit-and-run suspect.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Citizen's arrest! Now! Get on the ground! Lay on the ground now! Lay on the ground!
Got you.
Don't you move! I will tase you!
You better stay still, bro.
You better stay still, I'll fucking tase you! You're gonna get jolted, I swear to God! I'm gonna tase you, you're gonna have a heart attack! Hands up now!
So he went from performing a citizen's arrest on a hit-and-run suspect directly into crashing his vehicle due to distracted driving. What a true combo. What an adventure that is. Now, I know this has been said by a lot of people, but I'm also very surprised streaming platforms haven't just made a blanket ban on driving streams across the board. Just full stop, period. Because this shit happens all the time. There are clips just like this all the time. And we just saw, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, a TikTok driving stream lead to the death of a pedestrian. Like, I am just really shocked that it is still just an allowed piece of content to stream while driving. It is dangerous. Adding a distraction like chat while you are driving on the road trying to entertain as opposed to trying to safely arrive at your destination, it's a recipe for disaster, as we are seeing time and time and time again here. So I am surprised that it isn't something that is just immediately frowned upon on these platforms. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. There is a cheat code floating around right now that science doesn't want you to know about. It's kind of a well-kept secret, but there is a word that can summon money. It's an ancient incantation that's starting to become a little more popularized, and basically any company that says this word gets a ton of money instantly for nothing. And that word isn't open sesame, it's AI. As long as a company says that word, for some reason, the most brain-dead, insufferable fucking morons will pour endless amounts of money into it. Let me show you the most recent example, and I think quite a few of you have probably seen this because it's blowing up. Allbirds, or excuse me, what was formerly Allbirds and is now Newbird AI. Allbirds was previously a shoe company. It was once valued at $4 billion and then recently sold for $39 million. They crushed it. They really, they did it. That's big business, baby. And because this was a failing brand, they made a pivot, or they announced a pivot 2 days ago that they were going to become an AI-focused company. And the second they made that announcement, their stocks shot up 400% and have only continued to climb. And keep in mind, this is a company that has nothing. They fired like all of their employees from what I can tell. They got rid of all their shoes. They don't manufacture anything or have anything. And they haven't even begun with anything AI outside of an announcement saying, we're going to pivot to AI. So right now, people are golden showering them with tons of money off of just a thought. Literally the concept of an idea for this company, and they changed their name to New Bird AI. That is how out of control this fucking mass psychosis around AI is, where people just instantly throw all of their money, dump in their wallet at the computer screen just because a brand said the word AI. A brand which, by the way, is not successful. Again, they sold a $4 billion company for $39 million because it went straight into the shitter over the last, like, I don't even know how many years. You see the shoe company pivoting to AI and the stock jumped 800%. Allbird. I didn't look into that, but I kept seeing that pop up on tons of headlines. Basically, it was a complete failure of a shoe company, and then they made like this announcement that they're going all in on AI to get like a bunch of, I don't even know what it was, GPUs, and like selling computation power to AI services or something, and then all of a sudden everyone just pumped their stock. I don't know, I didn't look into it. But yeah, this felt like a very interesting thing. Allbird shares soar on a very 2026 pivot to AI. Shares of Allbirds, the 2010s pioneer of trendy sneakers, I've never heard of them, and eco-conscious millennial marketing took flight in an almost comical fashion Wednesday morning after the company announced an extremely 2026 pivot, abandoning its environmental agenda and getting into the AI business. Literally every company on the planet. The stock, which had been in the gutter since November 2021, shot up more than 600%, closed at $14.50, up 582% from Tuesday's close. Catalyst came from Allbirds' announcement that the company, once valued at $4 billion, would soon reemerge as a new entity with a focus on AI. What? No one's ever done this! Oh, I see why everyone started pumping it. Wow, nobody's doing that. What the fuck? Can you do that? AI, oh my god. Wow. Essentially, it's going to buy and rent out computing power to tech startups? It's genius. Whoa. The shift comes just weeks after Allbirds sold its footwear assets and branding to American Exchange Group, which specializes in selling licensed fashion accessories with already existing recognizable brand names for just $39 million. Oh, I bet this company's going to kill it in AI, though. They took a $4 billion business and sold it for $39 million. NFT bros are coming in their little trousers right now with those kind of returns. That's fucking business, baby. That's the kind of company that's going to be trailblazing in AI. Again, a highly underutilized market. No one's touching AI right now. They're bucking the trend. They're going where no brands dare to go. Into an AI pivot? Fuck! These guys are brave. These guys are so brave. Allbirds, which will be rechristened New Bird AI. Oh, God, that hurts. Eek. Yikes. Terrible name. New Bird AI. Ooh, more like No Bitches AI. Yikes. Said it executed a $50 million deal with an unnamed institutional investor to acquire high-performance GPU assets to begin transitioning into a fully integrated GPU as a service. Yes! Oh, I can't wait to hear who this unnamed investor is. Dead Parrot. Despite the stock's sudden surge, though, Allbirds remains a shell of its former self. Market value was shy of $150 million at Wednesday's closing bell. Worth underscoring, the sneakers to AI pivot is not exactly part of the standard corporate playbook, and the novelty may have amplified investors' early enthusiasm. Investors, these are just brainless drones, man. These are actual, just like, hype goblins seeking out any kind of quick pump and dump. Investors, my fucking left butt cheek. I might short this. I'm not like a big stock guy, but this feels like the easiest, safest short of all time. Am I crazy? I feel like everyone's doing that now, though, so it probably won't work. I imagine genuinely everyone is shorting this right now. This is just so baloney. This is just such barnacles. Still not as annoying as Crypto Bros, but it's damn close. I would say it's getting to Crypto Bro level. Like, very... Like, you're right, I think Crypto Bro's still more cringe, but this is, like, right there. Like, one little fucking pube away from that level of cringe. Because it's every company. Genuinely all of them. This is a failing shoe company that all of a sudden just said, okay, we're pulling the emergency lever, AI, and then they're just getting showered with money. Apparently, Allbird was a Kickstarter company that sold shoes made with recycled sugarcane and eucalyptus. Ironically, Time magazine even praised their shoes because it reduced carbon emissions. And now look at them, fully pivoting into AI, the antithesis of that. You'll love to see it. It's a feel-good story. The name may have changed, but the values are still there. Allbird lives on in New Bird AI. Saving the world. One grok bikini photo at a time. The shift is notable for another reason. Allbird's low-profile, sustainable, wool-based shoes quickly became the Silicon Valley wardrobe staple when they launched in 2016. Arguably the peak of the lowercase L liberal do-gooder era of retail. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? When marketers convinced upwardly mobile office workers that they could simply shop their way to low-carbon, zero-waste future they believed was in reach. Okay, that I remember. That's what they call it? I haven't heard that term. Allbirds were more than sneakers. They were political statements alerting wearers' status to fellow members of the coastal millennial techno-optimist tribe. Oh my god. What the fuck am I... This can't be real. This is so embarrassing. What? Yes, I consider myself something of a techno-optimist. You can tell by the shoes on my feet. You and I feel we'll get along. This narwhal does bacon at midnight, thanks for asking. Now, the go-to tech worker accessory has become the tech itself, and the tech itself is just the abstract promise of compute to power AI products that aren't exactly turning a profit yet. But any day now they will. That's the good thing about it. They're actually going to be spitting and shitting money. It's coming, and it's going to trickle down to the rest of us. It always does. That doesn't mean the new brand New Bird AI is doomed, but it does illustrate Silicon Valley and Wall Street's seeming willingness to reward any company that slaps the words artificial intelligence into its pitch decks. True. Very true. It's a virus. A genuine fucking virus. Underscoring just how much has changed since Allbird's heyday, the new company also plans to abandon its foundational commitments to environmental conservation. What? I can't believe it! The AI company is now abandoning environmental conservation efforts? Why, I never! The company, which one touted sustainability in every step, was established as a certified B Corp, or a for-profit business with higher than usual standards for its social and environmental impact. But its new business is a notoriously energy-intensive process, so the company plans to ask shareholders next month to approve a charter amendment to remove references to the company being operated for the environmental conservation public benefit, according to the regulatory filing, which will be approved. No doubt. After seeing the stock pump, no doubt. To be sure, Allbird's footwear business hadn't been going great lately. I certainly never heard of it. The company stumbled as it grew rapidly, opening dozens of stores across multiple continents, but failing to move enough inventory to make them profitable. Allbirds has gone from being a high flyer to a dead parrot. Yeah, I mean, they sold a $4 billion business for 39 mil. That's like phase stock. That's brutal. Genuinely brutal. The reason for the lack of traction was that Allbird's sustainability pitch has never been a key consideration for most footwear consumers who are more concerned about style, price, and comfort. When in doubt, pivot. Allbird is hardly the first to do a full 180 to chase momentum around new tech. It's also not uncommon for such pivots to signify a bit of irrational exuberance in the market. Take one-time soft drink maker Long Island Iced Tea Corp, which capitalized on the crypto craze of 2017 to rebrand as a blockchain technology company, even renaming itself Long Blockchain. What? While the initial pivot sent the stock up 380%, it didn't quite work out in the long run. The Securities and Exchange Commission charged 3 people with insider trading, the company never became an operational player in blockchain tech, and its shares were delisted in 2021. I had no clue. I never even heard that. Well, that's positive historical data to pull from for new bird investors. It's looking good. The future's looking bright. Surely AI compute infrastructure won't go the way of crypto craze and NFTs. Wouldn't do that. Showing no signs of it. And as the tide has turned for crypto, several Bitcoin mining firms have restructured themselves to focus on AI infrastructure instead. But the extreme market reaction to Allbird's move may be without precedent. Motivation behind the corporate pivot is sensible, the market reaction less so. A 6x or 7x move for a company that is literally ditching its prior business model for one in which it has no demonstrated expertise says quite a bit about a market froth and investor willingness to chase moves. Yeah, because these people don't care. These worms, they do not care. If it says AI, they will put their money into it. They won't give it even a second of thought. Silicon Valley, the article, heard like 50 buzzwords and multiple nothing statements. Pretty much. I mean, pretty much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just trying to dump the bag onto someone else. That was the entire NFT pitch. Dump the bag onto someone else. Don't be the last one holding the bag, dick in your hand. And that is exactly the same shit that's happening right now. Let's see what's going on with New Bird. Have they even begun doing anything besides this partnership with an unnamed investor for $50 million to acquire high-performance GPUs? This could be anyone. They might have partnered with God to just manifest infinite high-performance GPUs for New Bird AI. I'm excited to see who it is. Can't wait. Don't these guys make running shoes? Not anymore. That's for the birds. That's caveman shit. They now make nothing. Literally nothing, by the way. They actually don't have anything. They have a statement. They have literally an idea. The idea of them doing something that literally every other company on the planet is doing. Guys, we're no longer making anything. Instead, AI. Thoughts, money, thoughts, money. And they have nothing to show. There's nothing. Tim Brown, co-founder and co-chairman of Allbird. Go to the Allbird subreddit top. Apparently they fired all their employees 2 months ago with only a 3-hour notice. So do they not have any employees? So now it's a company that has no employees and the founder just said, AI! We're AI now. Now we're New Bird AI. And people are giving him money. Is that actually what's happening? Well, maybe he's going to have ChatGPT run it for him. ChatGPT is going to be his sole employee. Dear team, I'm writing to share difficult news. After careful consideration, we have made the difficult decision to permanently close a number of our U.S. full-price retail stores, which includes your store. Consequently, January 26 marks your last day of employment. Despite great efforts, these stores have not achieved sustainable performance. This is not a reflection of your effort or execution. The work was meaningful and impactful, but not sufficient to reach our objective. So sorry to hear about this, OP. Allbirds did not handle this well at all. I'm an Allbirds nerd, and this is really making me reconsider continuing to buy their products. Well, good news, you don't even have to consider it because they don't have any products anymore. They got rid of all their products in order to have nothing. But you can invest in the concept of a business that has the word AI attached to it. So, all in all, a net win. From nothing to nothing. Started from the bottom, and the bottom is where it stays, but with a new name. Investing in thoughts and shit is so true. Actually, so true. Tim Brown said a thought he had in his head, and I liked it. So here's a lot of money invested in his company, even though there's nothing there. It's not even really a company at the moment. We're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back. Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun, and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time, and now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought, and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Oh, what's the matter? You can't sleep either? Yeah, I know the feeling. Look at us. 2 peas in a pod. Unfortunately, I can't deploy a tactical breast with some warm milk for you to suckle upon. These puppies aren't spec'd into that build. Best I could do is maybe lactate a bit of gamer sups out. So, we're gonna have to settle for the next best thing, which is a little lullaby, which hopefully will serve as a nice AoE and hit us both, making us sleepy.
I see you a little bit, all right?
Yeah, see you soon. Hello. You want to click this on?
Sure. Oh, you're a streamer?
Yes, I am a streamer. Well,
Oh.
best of luck. This is our last game. I believe it closes at 7 today. So.
6, actually.
6? There's only half an hour left.
This is a clip that blew up a few days ago, but it has a brand spanking new development here where the gentle sir, fedora tip, in the video has decided to double down on his cringe embarrassing behavior. So we're going to give you the whole kit and caboodle here. So this is the genesis. This is where it started. The woman in this video is a streamer. Her name is aka Nimsco on Twitch, but she is a grandmaster in chess. Her name is Nemo, and she's doing this at a convention where people sit down, they play chess, and she's streaming all of it. This is the last contestant of the day. She believes that there's still quite a bit of time left, thinking that it closes at 7. He hits her with the classic, actually, it's 6. So there's even less time than she thought, but she's more than willing to accommodate and play through this game with him because he waited for it.
Take your queen.
Oh shit, I forgot I can do that.
Yeah. Take queen.
Just gets hard.
Yeah. You're running out of time, Bill.
What happens if I run out of time?
You lose the game. But it's okay, you can use some of mine. I do have to run though because I didn't realize the con is closing at 6.
Oof, that's a big time blunder right there from this prodigy that stepped up to the plate. He hung his queen out to dry and she capitalized, taking the free piece. He then hits her with the forgot you could do that. Now, when I first watched this, I assumed he was just like a fan of her and wanted to at least like interact and play a game for fun, despite not being like an active chess player. Him being unaware of how the knight can move, to me, was evidence of that game theory, but turns out that's not the case at all. He actually takes this extremely serious. He's treating this like it's his fucking Super Bowl here. So, as you can see, he's starting to run out of time. She mentions that, saying like, hey, you're running out of time, but, you know, don't worry, you can use some of mine.
That's time. Yeah. Okay. I'll pack up while you make your move.
You know what? I surrender.
Are you sure? Okay. GG's.
Zoinks! Jinkies! The declined handshake in anger. That's fundamentally a rage quit moment there over the board. Very unsportsmanlike. That's a 5-yard penalty, no doubt. And again, she was willing to let it go on even though he did lose on time. He was taking oodles of time here coming up with his moves and then still ended up just giving away a free queen. So it's not someone who I think actively plays chess, so I don't know why he's getting so heated about it. It's pretty fucking embarrassing because this isn't high stakes here. This isn't a game of life or death. It's not a goddamn shadow game from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything. It's just supposed to be entertaining and enjoyable, and you get to hang out, you play a little chess. She's a grandmaster. You were never going to win. So I don't know why he's getting his ham so steamed about it.
Alright.
It took forever.
Okay. Oh shit, he took the mic. Oh, hello. He took the microphone. It's alright, he forgot about that. So, he wanted it, yeah?
I feel like you really wasted my time.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Waiting. You told me after this person, and then another person comes in.
I'm so sorry about that.
That guy, you're like, oh, I missed you at dinner later.
Yeah.
God, I was waiting here for like half an hour.
Can
And
I...
you just rush through it?
Well, you're welcome to play out the rest of that game if you want to. I gave you that option.
And then here comes the wambulance. So he starts really whining about how she wasted his time. Brother, you're not entitled to her time in the first place, by the way. This is just a little fun setup at the convention. It's not that deep. But anyway, he then accuses her of rushing through the game, even though he lost on time. And she made a very generous offer to still play it out just using her time in order to finish that game because he waited a while, I guess. Which again, if you were unsatisfied with the wait, fucking leave. You're not held hostage there. He doesn't have the fucking cuffs on him, forced to play. Like, what? Just go. Just leave. Why? What? It really feels like he wasn't there for chess in the first place. It seems like he was there to try and, like, have this be some kind of pseudo date or something. So when someone else was in front of him, or someone else that she knew, like, stepped in to play a quick game, it, like, deeply offended him in that capacity. And again, I don't think he was actually there for the chess itself, because he's like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. What, move the knight backwards? Like, what the fuck what? So, the whole thing just smells very fucking fishy, and it's really weird. And his behavior just continues to deteriorate about it.
Okay, I'm so sorry about it. Is there anything I can make up for it? I can give you chess.com diamond memberships or anything like that.
If you membership for chess.com?
Yeah, if you want one. Okay, take a picture. I'm gonna give you a second one as well. And heck, since you're the last person for tonight, take a picture of the third one. So then if you redeem these, you'll just have like 3 months free membership. There you go. Take a picture of that one too. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry if you feel like you wasted your time.
You did waste my time.
Okay.
So, fuck you, but I hope you have fun with the convention.
Okay. The guy there was so like, fuck you, gave me the middle finger off.
She is going above and beyond to accommodate this loser, being extremely nice, offering him 3 months of premium membership, again, for a complete non-issue. This guy feels like his time was wasted. Why? Because he chose to wait in that line and then sat down fucking drooling and blue screening in his brain, blundering his queen, and then just sitting there idly with the orb of confusion in his pocket and then losing on time before surrendering. How is that her fault? If you wanted a longer time with her at the chessboard or you wanted to, like, prove yourself, fucking play chess. Learn how the knight moves, I guess, bro. Like, what? Why is any of this her fault? Like, she didn't do anything wrong here. All of it's streamed, by the way, so you can see it all. There was nothing strange or underhanded. She didn't go up there and put her hand on this guy's head like, no, stay back, you swine. Everyone else is coming first. You will be the last one today. Learn your place, plebeian. Like, nothing like that happened. She didn't disrespect him or anything. So, but he still feels so slighted that he wraps back around, gives her the middle finger, and says, fuck you, while getting to reap the benefits of 3 months worth of premium membership that she's given him because she's just, I guess, very nice. If anyone's time was wasted, it was hers for having to interact with you for this long. And now, like I said, this blew up a couple days ago. He got clowned on, and then he wanted to give his side of the story. So I read an article that apparently he is now doing his tell-all here about what actually happened.
Against this person, I have no idea who she is, but there it is. First off, I was just laughing at how ridiculous the video is because it doesn't offer any context. So there was no line there. I have no idea who this person is. It just says, like, hey, let's play some chess, you can win a prize. Cool.
If you want to let people know that everything that's happened bothers you greatly, try and pretend that it doesn't. Well, I actually couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. People just don't understand the full scope of the situation. And I can't help but giggle. I shouldn't, in fact I shan't, but I can't help but giggle a little bit about this because it doesn't even show the whole context of what happened. So please, let me enlighten you, let me give you the real scoop here. It's just, like, I always hate that approach from people when they try and, like, oh, I'll just brush this off. Yeah, you guys are all wrong. I'm right. That kind of attitude. It's so fucking, like, cringing. It's awful. It elicits the yuckies out of me. There's such a bad vibe about that approach. But anyway, he goes on to say that he just hopped in this line because he saw that you could play chess and maybe win a prize. He didn't know who she was, but was more than willing to play chess and go for that. Big question arises there. Why? When you suck this much ass at chess, you hung your queen, like, immediately.
I go up, she's with someone, and I have to wait. That's fine. She says you'll come up after this person. That, there's a timer going on, and I see that, so I'm hoping that these matches are going to be short so I can go, but they're not. The timer runs out, it's made completely irrelevant, and she's just having conversation, talking to this person. It's going on for a while.
Pal, you asked for that same thing, by the way. When you lost on time, she also extended the same courtesy to you, like, hey, look, we can keep going, we can play out the rest of this game. It's not that big a deal. So it seems like she was just more than willing to let people play chess with her and try and, like, enjoy the experience of playing against a grandmaster. Because that's not something a lot of people ever will get the opportunity to do. It's supposed to be something fun, which is a concept that completely eludes this guy, apparently. He took this as like a call to arms or something, like, I must compete for this prize in this chess match. Chess, which something I don't really understand how the knight moves, but I can do this. I must do this, in fact. So he's complaining about other people getting to play through time, like after it runs out, when he himself wanted that same privilege.
Whatever. Match ends. And then, without even acknowledging me at all, some other guy comes up in front of me and starts playing with her. I do feel a little disrespected at this point, because if I'm going to wait for you, I'm just, I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm just waiting. But you're going to just kind of push me aside. That doesn't feel right. but I've already waited long enough. I'm waiting for another friend of mine, so might as well.
But why though? Why might as well if you're gonna be salty about it? What's the point there? You're just letting yourself stew and marinate. So, from his story here, his telling of the encounter, someone cut him in line and took his place, his rightful throne there at the board. So now he has to wait even longer. Well, just leave then, man. Like, again, it's not like you lose anything by waiting except your time. And if your time is something that you don't want to allocate to this, then just leave. No harm, no foul, no big deal. Maybe it's a little upsetting that you got skipped in line when you were really eager to play. Okay, that sucks, I guess. But that's also not her fault. She didn't just like wave someone through like, hey, fuck this guy. I want this guy to come up and play instead. Doesn't sound like that happens. It sounds like just some other guy went in front of the line in front of this guy. And if that is what happens, why didn't you say something to the dude? Why didn't you take it up with the guy? Why do you take it out on her? It's not her fault. So why are you going up berating her and then saying fuck you, giving her the finger, storming off, that kind of thing? Why take out all your frustrations on her when she had nothing to do with your place in line and your wasted time that you chose to still continue to sit there and not say anything to the guy who skipped you? Were you afraid to confront him?
Their match goes, I want to say, even longer. Not entirely sure, but again, timer is completely disregarded entirely. She's like coaching the guy, talking to him, saying that they're going to meet up after this. So I'm thinking, I'm waiting for you, and you're just kind of hanging out with your friend. That doesn't feel right. It feels like my time's not being appreciated.
What do you mean your time wasn't being appreciated? Brother, the only one not appreciating your time was yourself. If it's that important, the time that you were losing in there, you should have left. It is not her responsibility to be conscientious of your time, of you choosing on your own volition to just sit there and just fucking bake in your own anger. She had a little event. You sit down and play chess. She had people coming in. She was playing chess. You were one of those people. How was she supposed to know that there was some turmoil going on over there with your place in line? And when she did have the unfortunate encounter with you, she was extremely polite and sensitive to your sensitivities around your time. She let you play out the game past time, offering to keep it going, letting the game continue because you did wait and you were the last person there at the convention, so she was more than willing to be accommodating. And when you wrapped back around fuming, taking out your frustrations on her and getting upset, she was extremely apologetic that you felt the way you did, and then even went way out of her way offering you 3 months of premium membership, which you should not have gotten under any circumstances, by the way. That was very undeserved. All just because you fucking ordered some french fries here about your wasted time that you wasted yourself. Like, she did nothing wrong, and he is still doubling down on this as though people just didn't understand the full story. Brother, the thing was live streamed. Everyone knows everything that happened because it was all on stream. You can't even fall back on that like missing context excuse.
So, match finally ends. I come up. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm trying to keep it together. We're playing, and time runs out. And I can tell, she had a mistake with when the convention is ending, so she wants to go. Timer ends. You know what? I can tell, and I feel like she really just wants me to go. I feel like she's already kind of been disrespectful to me before. She clearly just wants me to leave now. So I get up and I go. And I am very frustrated, right? I'm very upset with the lack of time management, the fact that there was no line, there was no people there, and yet I'm still having to wait for so long.
Then don't. No one is forcing you to do that. You even said you don't know who she is. Why are you waiting that long for this then? I don't get it, man. Make it make sense. I don't understand. And again, if you wanted more time there playing chess with her, get better at chess so you can play out a full game without just getting steamrolled. Like, you were never going to win in the first place against a grandmaster, but maybe you wouldn't have blundered so quickly and had everything go tits up right away. Like, it's very peculiar what this dweeb is even so upset about. And he's still upset about it. He's still frustrated. He is defending his behavior where, again, I don't think there's any justifications for it. He's just a jerk. Like, he's just mean. He was just very upset at her for nothing.
And yeah, I was very upset and I left. I wanted to come back because it just didn't feel right. It really just didn't feel like I was treated properly. So I wanted to make my case. I was like, hey, you wasted my time. I wanted to be upfront about that and say, like, I don't appreciate it. No, you wasted my time. And I was angry. And she tried to respond in a very nice manner, and I acknowledge that. But that doesn't change the fact that I was wronged and I was disrespected.
No, you were not. You were not wronged. You were not disrespected. She did so much more than any other human being on the planet would have in this situation, with treating you with respect and being very apologetic over a complete non-issue, just an issue you've made up in your own noodle. This is absurd, man. What a crazy response to have to this. Like, it's shocking to me that there's no self-awareness. There's no realization that he was in the wrong. There was nothing disrespectful that happened here on her end. If he was cut in line, yeah, it's disrespectful. Why didn't you take it out on the guy who actually disrespected you then? If that actually happened, why are you targeting her for that? She had no control over that mishap. She didn't order that guy to cut you in line. It's not like it was a sleeper agent. She didn't have, fucking security come in and just, like, push you to the side so they could play with her and take away your precious time to ruin and disrespect your time at the convention. So why are you taking all that frustration out on her when she did nothing wrong and did everything she could to be respectful and polite and even apologetic, even though there was nothing to apologize for in the first place? Wild, man. Truly wild stuff. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. When I say Hollywood, what's the first thing you think of? These days, probably not films. I got a hunch that you probably immediately think of, like, evil or terrible, terrible people that have been implicated in a lot of really bad things. Because it seems like Hollywood is kind of a cesspool of some real, pardon my French, jerks, that have done some awful shit. But what happens when a movie gets made without Hollywood's blessing? Well, sometimes it just doesn't go super well. It's pretty rare for a fully financed, independent, self-distributed production to actually have, like, a big box office performance. It's very rare. And in the case of Iron Lung, it is doing something very unusual. This is a fucking unicorn out there. Iron Lung, which is Markiplier's debut film here, his directorial debut, has already done over $20 million in the box office and has been the #1 movie through the weekend. And this is a fully self-financed, self-distributed film. And he is not the first YouTuber to make a successful movie. So, like, for example, Raka Raka. They've made 2 heaters. Absolute slappers. I tell you, Raka Raka, I think, are some of the best in the business right now. Bring Her Back, Talk to Me. I think they're some of the best in the horror business right now, and they are YouTubers. They, however, do work with A24, so they're a little bit different than Markiplier's case here. But still, they are independent filmmakers and extremely talented. Markiplier, though, I do believe has done something extremely unusual, though, by having actually no A24, none of that involved in this process. Which is why what it's doing right now, I think, is something very interesting that I want to yap about. And I know, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before now, when it was climbing up the box office and it reached #2, it had apparently mysteriously vanished. I know Markiplier did a stream where he was talking about it, about how, these fucking vampires out there in Hollywood must not be super pleased about Iron Lung's performance beating out some films, so they must have just taken it off, fucking snapped it away, banished it to the Shadow Realm so people can't see that. Now, of course, he didn't use those words. I'm, of course, adding a bit of colorful commentary into his actual sentiment there. But he was talking about how it is weird that Iron Lung isn't being reported when it was the second highest grossing film at the time. It has since been reinstated on the public charts, but that was a bit of a wacky hiccup, huh? Really makes you think. It's almost like these suits, these zombies at the top of the food chain, probably don't like that a YouTuber just came in there and ate their lunch. Iron Lung had a reported budget of about $3 million, and let's be honest, not really a marketing budget. Markiplier just talks about it sometimes. That's the marketing expense. It's pretty negligible in the grand scheme of things, I would imagine, compared to major blockbuster productions. So this movie is already doing extremely well for Mark and the team, a team that no doubt has poured countless hours and passion into this project. And regardless of how you feel about Iron Lung, it's still something that I think most people should look at and celebrate, that a film like this is doing so well. I made a review on Iron Lung. Overall, I liked it. I had a lot of nice things to say about it. It's not a flawless film, and I don't think it's a film everyone's going to like either. It does have flaws. But I am delighted to see that it's doing such big numbers here, kind of going a little bit Insano style in the box office, because I think this sets a nice precedent that you don't always need to suckle on the bosom of Hollywood or established studios or distributors or something like that in order to get a passion project made. Now, of course, Markiplier has oodles of cash to pull from in order to realize a vision like this. It's not going to work that way for everyone. I recognize that. But the fact that he did commit so much time, so much money, and put together such a talented team, all for the sake of seeing this vision through, and it being rewarded like this in the box office, I think is just a feel-good story. I think that is a very good thing, and it shows other potential filmmakers out there that there are other alternative paths to get your creative vision produced that aren't just following the traditional blueprint and walking down the same tried and true path that a lot of times just boils down to making deals with the devil. Because I don't think anyone's going to be shocked to hear this. Hollywood's not really a great place overall. Shh, don't let anyone hear you say that, though. Like, everyone knows that. So a $3 million film like Iron Lung coming out and flexing on the big boys in the box office, I think is just a great thing. And I know it hasn't been without controversy. Like, I know the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, they've been taking it to Pound Town here. They are no Iron Lung fans, that's for sure. Especially IGN. IGN was right on top of Iron Lung there. I think they gave it, like a 4 or something. So they definitely weren't feeling it. And a lot of other people weren't either. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's not going to be for everyone. There is nothing that is for everyone. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the message that this movie's success delivers is a very positive one in an otherwise really degenerate industry. Now, that being said, I would not be surprised to see these Hollywood parasites take notice of this and then try and recreate this lightning in a bottle for themselves, a little corporate greed where we might start seeing a few movies hitting the theaters that are just really lazy cash grabs that have big influencer names attached to them as the draw and the marketing arm for these projects, all for the sake of just trying to make cheap shit to turn a little bit of a profit off just using the influencer's name as their marketing tool. That, I do think, will probably start happening pretty soon. I really wouldn't be shocked to see that, because I think they'll learn the wrong lesson here from Markiplier and Iron Lung. But that's just a theory. That's just a little game theory there. Hopefully it's wrong. I don't really know. But overall, like I said, I think this is just something to be celebrated. Movies, boobies. What do these two things have in common besides just rhyming? I like them both. So I like to share this story of a pretty cool thing going on with movies. That's really about it. So yep. I love the smile. I love the laugh. I love the speed run. But I haven't speedran anything in a long time now. I've been on a bit of a hiatus. I haven't retired or anything like that. We haven't hung the jersey up. It's just, I haven't had the itch, and I haven't seen a game with a speedrun that really calls out to me. But last night I learned that it's not always games that beckon for a speedrun. I learned about the 2 cigarette, 2 beer, 2 Rubik's Cube speedrun, Pringles, pencil sharpening. There's this whole plethora of real-life speedrun routes out there that, maybe it's about time I start looking at competing in. Definitely won't be the 2 cigarettes, 2 beers, 2 Rubik's Cube one. I'll leave that to the professionals. Maybe there's something else out there for me. Anyway, though, I want to show you some of these speedruns because this shit was fucking incredible. Oh, it's former world record, too.
My time to beat is 3 minutes, 33 seconds. I can't remember the world record, but it's around 1:30. You can see it up here. Will I beat that? Who knows? But I'm hoping for under 2 minutes. Also, the up top camera is dead, so hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Anyway, let's do
He's
this.
got the speed stacking starter. Nice. Okay, I don't want to get DMCA'd. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I like this technique. Why wouldn't you just down both beers before hitting the cigarettes and just go back to back? He's teasing it. I don't know. I feel unless there's I don't know the regulatory body for the 2 Rubik's Cubes, 2 Sig, 2 beer speedrun. But I feel like if you wanted to optimize the route, you would do both beers first. Because he's going back to back on the cigarettes. His cubing is good. Man, this guy's no joke. This guy's the truth. Oh, he's going to finish with the beer to reward himself. I see the strategy now. Okay. That's interesting. I just feel like there was time that could have been saved.
That baby. 1 minute and 28 seconds.
Feeling like a champ.
I'm proud to have my record back. Once again, I nominate Yi Hang Wang. How's it going, y'all?
I didn't expect that ending. Uh-oh. He's been called out. Shit. Oh, someone else did it over here, too. 119? He definitely did double beer. When's the summoning salt video? Good question. I wish they wouldn't use copyrighted music in the production here. I want to hear the ambient noise. He's also not using the cup stacking starter. Well, I guess it's also they use the same thing for cubing, to be fair. I also couldn't see the amount of liquid in that cup. So what if he didn't do a full beer? This leaves too much room for uncertainty. They have a whole Discord for this. The community goes crazy. I didn't know it was such a popular category for runners. I mean, it is an interesting route. Not noticing any BLJs or anything, though. This must be the glitchless category. But you see what I'm saying? How you can't actually see how much beer's in there? Impressive nonetheless, but if I was this guy, I'd be challenging the ruling. Oh, he's in different he's going for a different category right now. Looks like he's doing the 1 cube, 1 cig, 1 beer. He's on the diet now. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube with dementia? Something not a lot of people think about. Man, look at the improvement, though. 6 months ago, he had the record at 333, and he was able to get it down to 128, and then someone got it down to 119. Shit's like the 4-minute mile. Oh, man. And before that, it was 4:55. And I feel like you can see him get healthier, too, throughout the months of competing. His body's responding well to it. And these are just the world record runs. Think about the ones that didn't go the distance. This man's probably smoked 400 cigarettes and drank 1,200 beers. Now, last night I didn't realize this, but Bruno, who's the other athlete at the top of the food chain in the 2 beers, 2 cigs, 2 cubes circuit, actually came back and slapped the world record around. He had what I believe to be an all-time performance here in the category. Now, what I find extremely admirable about this sub 110, by the way, is that he switched to using glasses for the beer so you can see a full beer being consumed. So now there's no more guesswork, no more speculation, it's all above board, and you're about to see the Michael Jordan flu game of 2 cube, 2 cig, 2 beers. He was checking all his tools, making sure everything still works. That way it's all in one attempt like that. All lickety-split. No room for error because of the instruments. I've got to mute the music again because it's DMCA. But an excellent chug. That brewski never stood a chance. And he's sticking with the classic route of one beer into double cigarettes so that we can start solving the cubes, which I've come to appreciate. I still think if you double chugged, if you went both beers back to back, double fisting them, you would probably cut a couple of seconds off. You could shave some, I guess, minuscule time, but in a category as optimized as this, every split second counts. But look how quickly he solves those cubes. It's a work of art. It's like Mozart. We're watching a master. The cigarette's giving him a little bit of trouble. This is where he loses most of his time on the second cig. That one was just being real stubborn. And then right back to the beer. You can tell that he spent the off-season really training his chugging capabilities, which really helped round out his game.
Fuck.
A little bit of puke to celebrate. You love to see it. Lets you know he was... I can't read that. There it is.
I don't know if you can see.
106.
1-6.
Mm-hmm.
1-6. Oh shit. Oh, almost threw up.
That's how you know he let it all hang out there. He put it all on the line.
Yes. Oh shit. 1 cig done. Can you see it? Cig done.
So I think he's communicating with one of the judges on his laptop there.
Second cig done. Oh. I did 2 attempts. I only had 4 beers. I did attempt before this one. World record 115. And another one. Sub 110.
He knew he had more in the tank. See, that's the sign of a true professional right there. He did 2 attempts, he got the world record on the previous one that we're not seeing here, and then said, wait a minute, I got another one in me. And then came in and did a sub 110. That's a world first. Did you know speedrun.com has an actual Pringles eating category sorted by different can sizes? Alright, so solo popper, oh they have co-poppers here. What is a co-popper? Oh, they have someone, oh wow. Interesting route, okay.
Porque hay categorías, bro. 3 grams.
Ah, que esto es para algo oficial.
Sí, bro. No. Cuando se empieza, bro. Yo lo hago. Yo lo hago.
Oh, he hasn't even been trained on the technique. Wow.
Joder,
Oh, they do it together, I see. I thought he opened it for him to save time so that way he could get an extra frame saved when he grabs the Pringle. Alright, that's less than impressive. Then we gotta go back to the solo popper. So right now it seems like Eric PR46 is the world champion Pringle popping speedrunner. Let's see.
0.4, 40 ounce. Follow the can of chips autofocus.
How many attempts has he done? I see an open one over here. Oh! He got the top and the seal in one go. Oh, and he's grinding up! Oh, wow. That's big brain. Now that's a strategy.
Ah, shit.
Wow. Whew. That was good. You could try your hand at pencil sharpening speedruns. I could probably do that with a hand crank. Oh wow. This is old. Small Ant did this 5 years ago. Does his record still stand? This earned me $1,000. World record pencil sharpening. Is this the guy? The raid boss?
This is my recording.
I feel like I just heard the pencil snap. Surely that's a DQ. Also, how short do the pencils have to be? Surely there has to be some kind of uniformity to it. It is a creative tactic. He's doing it like a hand drill, like for starting fires. It's good. I wouldn't have thought to do that for world record pencil sharpening. Been the record for 4 years. Your time is now. I don't know if I can beat it. Like, if we were doing hand crank, I think I'd have a good chance. But this, I don't know. Like, this guy's kind of optimal. Oh. Well, that's big time loss. Well, maybe I could beat it. That was a huge fuck up. You couldn't even get the clapping speed run. You ain't built for it. I mean, you're not wrong. But to be fair, the clapping speed run is like actually extremely difficult. There's only a few people on the planet that could challenge that. Because you abandoned your training. There's just legitimately not enough training in the world to get me like prepared for that. That's a God-given gift. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers, and the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you! I will kill you! You know I'll kill you! I will kill you! I will kill you! I doubt it! Ace Rogers, I'm in place! I'll kill you! To your face!
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there, and it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore, holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public, then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago, shortly after this, by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. it's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, there's so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here. Of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now it's 2 misdemeanors, man. 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this. Because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Well, man, I've got some bad news. My Trump phone has still not arrived. I don't know what's happened. Maybe a angry horde of goblins got in there and stole my Trump phone, my treasure, taking the one piece for themselves, because I was told over a week ago that in the next day or two I was going to be getting my email with the shipping information for my Trump phone, my T1 device that I put $100 on, and I haven't received that email, and it's not like they were saving it as some kind of surprise gift for me or anything, like a fucking birthday clown scooting in with the T1 device in hand for me. Nothing. Crickets, again. And also, I did just learn about the Trump Mobile terms and conditions. I don't know if these are new and I just missed them, because no sane human being on the planet is actually perusing the terms and conditions and going through line by line checking, at least not normally. But I've also been told that these are new additions to Trump Mobile. Either way, they are fucking alarming. I'm going to get to that here in a little bit, because I also called customer support about the terms and conditions, because if you actually dropped 100 clams on this and then took a peek at those, you should be sweating. It is wacky what they've put in there. But before then, I did give Trump Mobile a call yesterday before learning about the terms and conditions, just to check on the status of my order, because surely, you know, after I was told that it'd be shipped out in the next day or two, something must have just been cause for the holdup. Maybe Trump went in there personally to start kissing each and every phone. His lips got a little dry, so he had to take the day off before getting to mine. I can understand that. There must have just been something in the pipeline that went a little cattywampus, but is probably soon fixed, and I'll be getting my email any day. Well, it's been almost a week since Trump Mobile Support told me that I'd be getting an email about my T1 mobile device shipping, but I think the email must have got lost in the cyberspace somewhere, so I kind of want to just check in and make sure that everything's still going according to schedule, and I'll be receiving my T1 mobile device in my hands any day now. I just want to make sure everything's alright.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número dos.
One day I'm gonna press 2. One day I'm gonna press dos, but today is not that day.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Your call is very important to us. To ensure
Let's
the
see what's
highest
going
level
on.
of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
No hold music? What happened? Where's my hold music? Why is it just pure silence, just crickets? Did they not want to pay for licensing rights for just fucking elevator music now? It's absurd! I'm supposed to be a valued customer and you can't even blast me some goddamn tunes? No boner jams while I wait? Jinkies, it must be busy over there at Trump Mobile. What in tarnation? This is taking quite a while. It must be a company-wide issue that the emails didn't go out to all the Trump Mobile customers that are eagerly awaiting their Christmas gifts from Santa.
Hello, and thank you for calling Trump Mobile. This is Christina. How can I assist you?
Hey, hello. I just wanted to check on the status of my order.
It's been in a whole separate window.
Hello? Oh. Hello? They hung up on me. What the fuck is that? What? Pardon? Wait, what? I'll call back. Must have been a misinput there. Interesting.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press
Okay,
1.
here I
Para
come.
español, oprima el número dos shortly.
Man, I
You
waited
can also
so
visit our
long for that
website
too.
at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile.
Hey, hello. I was just hoping to check on the status of my T1 device.
I can definitely assist you with that. Can I get your first and last name?
Charles White.
Okay, so as of right now, we're still waiting on the phones to be shipped out. We don't have an exact date, but it's still going by first come, first served basis.
Oh, okay. I called last week and I was told that I should be receiving an email in the next day or so because they were shipping out at the end of April. Did something happen?
So they were supposed to get shipped out at the end of April. They just did not. It's now been extended. So you would have gotten that email if it did, but you get an email when it does shipped out. That is correct.
Okay. All right. So when is there's like no ballpark estimate on when that might be though?
No, sir. We have no exact date.
Okay. Well, you guys have the T1 though, right? Like it's there, right?
Like here in office, we have one here in office.
Okay. So all right. Well, that's reassuring because now I'm starting to get a little concerned about the whereabouts is all.
Oh, got you. Okay, yes, we've got ours shipped here in the office yet. The phones just hasn't been shipped out to the customers yet. That makes sense.
Okay, understood. I appreciate the update.
No problem. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, that'll be it. Thank you.
You can call Trump Mobile. Have a nice evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
He did not sound happy. I have to imagine there is a lot of rowdy fucking worms that are blowing up their phones about the T1 device. It's not cheap, by the way. That was supposed to come out in August of 2025. So I bet there's people that are like actually steaming. So I never want to be like aggressive to them. I mean, it's not their fault. It's their job. They have to take the calls. That's got to be fucking brutal, though. I can only imagine what that's like. So looks like the end of the month in April didn't quite pan out, which I can't believe. It's unlike them to miss dates and deadlines and expectations and break promises. That's so odd. And I guess the last customer support rep, when she told me that I'd be receiving an email in the next day or two, I guess that also fell through the cracks. I guess it's back to any day now, which is exciting. So any day now, I should be getting my Trump phone. I can't wait. Maybe. So after looking at the terms and conditions, which I was told are new, but I have no way of confirming if that's true or not, I just never even checked them because why would I? You would expect it to just be like normal boilerplate shit in a phone terms and conditions, but Trump Mobile's terms are very weird. Like I'm talking like goofy shit. This like, oh my. Let's dive into this League of Legends champion lore. So deposit purpose will start there. A pre-order deposit provides only a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile later elects in its sole discretion to offer the device for sale. That's already sounding alarms in my noodle. What do you mean? A conditional opportunity if they offer the device for sale? The device is for sale, isn't it? They are taking my money right now. They have my 100 doubloons. So surely the device is already for sale. Right? Like, isn't that how that works? A deposit is not a purchase, does not constitute acceptance of an order, does not create a contract for sale, does not transfer ownership or title interest, does not allocate or reserve specific inventory, and does not guarantee that a device will be produced or made available for purchase. So they're not even guaranteeing that the device is being produced or will be made available for purchase. And they also say that it does not reserve specific inventory. That's the whole idea of pre-ordering something, that you are reserving that specific thing that you are putting money into. You are putting $100 into this phone that they are selling, and they are telling you the price of the phone is like $500, but $100 is supposed to grant you access to purchasing that device when it's available. Like, it is supposed to hold it for you. That's the entire idea behind a pre-order. And it's, again, not cheap. Thousands of people put $100 down. They allegedly made millions upon millions of dollars off the T1 device. And then here in their own terms, they're saying that, well, it doesn't actually do anything at all. And then there's also a section about no binding sale, which goes through about how until you satisfy these 4 conditions, the 4 commandments of Trump Mobile, then you don't actually have anything that's enforceable. And then this one is super eyebrow raising, where it says no price lock or promotion guarantee. The deposit does not lock in pricing, promotions, service plans, taxes, fees, shipping cost, or other commercial terms. Final pricing and offers will be disclosed at the time of purchase, and you will have the opportunity to accept or reject the final terms before completing your purchase. Pricing and promotional terms may change any time prior to purchase. Any applicable taxes will be calculated at the time of final sale and may vary based on shipping location and then current tax laws. Any prior advertising, marketing materials, product renderings, feature descriptions, or estimated timelines are informational only, and do not constitute binding representations, warranties, or guarantees. So if I'm understanding that correctly, one of the big things there is that the price is not fixed. It is subject to change, which is something I talked about in the last video, how it's looking like it's going to be more expensive, but there was the idea that you were grandfathered in once you put down this deposit at the $500 they were saying that it is, and have been saying that it is for almost a year. This phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025. And when it missed that deadline, it said at the end of 2025. Still, it hasn't come out now, May of 2026. So they're also saying that, well, you can't hold it against us, the estimated timelines. It's all hooey. We're pulling it out of our ass. But the price lock is very interesting. It's saying explicitly it does not price lock. So when you pre-order, you put the $100 down, you are not price locked. But if you look at the top of the page on the website itself, as I'm looking at the terms and conditions, look at the top left. Lock in your T1 phone promotional pricing now. So it is advertising that when you put this money down, you are price locking. That's what it's telling you. It is literally telling you that that's what you're doing. But then when you look at their terms, it's saying, no, that's not actually what you're doing. How is that not fraudulent? That's just a fucking lie then. Also, it says all of the information that they've been providing for a year now about what the T1 is and its specs and all of the renderings and all of that aren't actually representative of the device. It's saying that, nope, all of that could just be a bunch of hoo-ha, a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, and that's okay. So then, you are advertising something, knowingly advertising something that may not be representative of what is actually getting sold to the customer. Again, how is that not fraud? You are blatantly misleading them on purpose. And then in your own terms, they're saying, like, yeah, we might be doing that. Can't hold it against us. What the fuck? It continues, no guarantee of release, delivery, or timing. That should make you feel much more comfortable about the $100 you spent on the pre-order when there's not even a guarantee of release in their own terms and conditions. They're selling you something and also letting you know like it might not ever come out. We haven't actually decided. Estimated ship dates, launch timelines, or anticipated production schedule are non-binding estimates only. Trump Mobile does not guarantee that the device will be commercially released. Well, you see, they are actually just selling you an idea of something that they might release, potentially, but will take $100 just for even providing you the idea and the website for the idea. It's fucking lunacy. Regulatory approvals, including FCC authorization, will be obtained. Carrier certification will be secured. Production will commence or continue, or delivery will occur within any specific time frame. Trump Mobile will not be responsible for delay, modification, or failure to release a device due to causes beyond its reasonable control, including but not limited to regulatory review, carrier certification delays, component shortages, labor disruptions, governmental orders, acts of God. I can't even imagine what that would look like. God comes in and is like, no, the T1 device is too powerful. It will allow you to do too many things. The calls are too pristine. The camera's too good. The steak is too buttery. I will smite it. I like how they threw acts of God in here. But also, according to Trump's spiritual advisor, Trump literally is Jesus. And Trump likes to compare himself to Jesus all the time, too. So why would God come in and try and disrupt the T1 device, the gold-plated T1 mobile device? That wouldn't make any sense. Transportation interruptions or third-party supplier failures. Next, there's no guarantee of network compatibility or performance. Also, if we do deliver this, there's no guarantee it's going to be compatible, and it also might blow major ass. And you have to agree to that. You have to know that. Device compatibility, functionality, performance, and feature availability are not guaranteed and may vary materially based on carrier certification, network conditions, regulatory approvals, software or firmware changes, geographic location, and service plan configuration, except as expressly set forth in the final written product specifications at the time of sale. Trump Mobile disclaims all representations regarding operation on any specific carrier network or support for any particular network technology. And there's also product changes that are permitted, device specifications, features, software, hardware components, storage capacities, bundled accessories, colors, and configurations are subject to change prior to final sale. Images, prototypes, beta demonstrations, and marketing renderings are illustrative only and may not reflect final production units. That's so crazy, man. They are just saying, like, everything we've been telling you, everything we've been showing you, everything we've been saying is probably a lie. It is very potentially a lie. It is only there for illustrative purposes and to get suckers on the hook to give us money. And you have to know that. You should have known that. And so now we're just telling you point blank to your face. Also, this device may never be delivered. And if it's not, that's okay. If we fail to deliver it, no problem. Then we'll take it home here. Deposit, amount, and application. The amount of the deposit will be disclosed at the time of payment. If you complete a device purchase, the deposit will be applied as a credit toward the purchase price at checkout, unless you request otherwise or unless the deposit amount exceeds the purchase price. Deposits have no cash value except as expressly disclosed. Then they let you know that you can cancel it before completing the purchase for the refund. So, if Trump Mobile cancels or discontinues the device prior to sale, they'll issue a full refund of the deposit amount paid, which, that's nice. Very cool. If we decide not to release it, we'll give your money back, we think. And then, if Trump Mobile cancels, delays, or does not release the device... I love how this is a core component in the terms and conditions. Like, listen guys, we really might not release it. This really might have all been a lie. They keep driving that point home. Your sole and exclusive remedy is a full refund of the deposit amount actually paid, and you waive any claim to equitable, injunctive, or specific performance relief relating to pre-order priority or device allocation. Trump Mobile shall not be liable for indirect, incidental, special, consequential, exemplary, or punitive damages, including loss of opportunity, loss of anticipated savings, loss of priority status, or loss of profits. Now, like I said, I don't typically take a peek at the terms and conditions of products that I buy or pre-order, but I have to imagine it's not entirely standard to constantly reiterate if the device doesn't come out. Also, all of the material you've seen about it might be a lie and not indicative of the actual product if the product ever releases, if they decide they want to release the product for sale, if the product ever gets made. They keep saying if there is a product here. Constantly saying if the product comes out, if this, if that, in regards to the production of it. So what the fuck are you putting $100 on? Like, this is craziness. So even in the most recent video I made covering this, where The Verge did see a T1 device, it's very possible that that's not the device you're going to get, because in its terms it's saying everything you see about it might not actually be representative of what they ship out, if they ever even ship out a phone, and if they don't, you might get a refund. On their own website, they are the ones constantly telling you that there might not be a phone that's released here. The T1 might not go for sale. They are saying that. What the fuck, man? Why is that even allowed? I feel like if I did something like this, I would be in trouble legally. If I said, I'm releasing the Charles device, the Charles mobile device. You can fucking contact aliens. It's got 55 billion gigawatts of power harnessed from the goddamn Tesseract that I've implanted in each device. I need your pre-orders now at $100 to lock it in. It'll be a $500 phone. Now sign up now. I feel like if I was promoting that, and then I had no phone or anything to show for it, I would face some consequences for it, because it would be labeled a scam. Even if in my terms I'm saying, oh, this is all just marketing. This isn't representative of what I'm actually selling you, if I'm even selling you anything in the first place. Like, I would get in trouble. Anyone would, because anyone would look at that and be like, ooh, that seems like a scam. This feels fake. You are even saying that it might not come out. So even though they're saying, if it doesn't, you can get refunds, you are still hawking something that's not even existing. That's fucking absurd. So anyway, after reading that, I wanted to call Trump Mobile support, get some answers directly from the source, so I got them on the horn to at least just ask about what my pre-order even means, because in their own terms, it says that it doesn't even hold the phone for me. Really, that's what it leads you to believe, that you're not actually securing anything.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile.
I've become
Thank
a
you for
master at
calling Trump
navigating
Mobile.
this.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call
I've
may
been
be
stress
recorded
testing
for
their
quality control
services
and
here.
training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
Wasn't there typically 2 stages there? Previously? They hung up on me. What? What is going on? Wait, what? Did they change their support? There's typically 2 things I had to do before getting on the horn with a rep. Time to call back.
Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile.
Yeah, it
Your
seems like
call
they
is
took
very
out the
important
Spanish
to us.
option.
To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may
they
be
got rid
recorded
of
for
that
quality
one.
control.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Jamie, and how may I assist you today?
Hey, I just had a couple of questions about my T1 device.
Okay.
I was told like a week ago I'd be getting an email about it being shipped out to me in the next day or 2, but I haven't received that email. Is that still on schedule?
Yeah, we haven't got an updated date yet on exactly when they're going to be shipped. We're just told any day now that they're going to be going out. So all we're doing right now is just pretty much playing a waiting game for those emails to be shipped out because we don't even have a ETA on the shipment or anything. Like we don't have a tracking number. So we're just told that they're going to go out individually to each person who has pre-ordered those. So yeah, it could be any day now. That's all I know.
Okay, no worries. I was looking on the website because I was getting a little concerned, so I checked out the terms and conditions. It said that the pre-order deposit only provides an opportunity if the phone gets released and doesn't actually reserve specific inventory. So does my pre-order not hold a device for me?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's supposed to definitely hold your device for you. All I know is we have a phone here in the office, so we know that the phones are being shipped out because we, ordered one here just so we can actually physically see it and play with it and everything like that. So what I know, everyone who has pre-ordered the T1, that holds a space for them to be the first ones to get the phones when they ship out.
Okay, and then about the device itself, on the terms it says that everything that's been advertised about it is all just illustrative and might not represent the phone itself. The phone you have there, is it everything that's been advertised?
Yes, so what I was told that the phone did go through about 3 different models before they decided on one. So I believe maybe what you're seeing was before they decided on the actual model that they were going to stick with, which is the one now. If you go to trumpmobile.com, the one you see there, that's the one that we have. But I heard they did go through about 3 different models before they landed on this one.
Okay, that's awesome to hear then. Yeah, it's just reading through the terms was a little concerning because it keeps reiterating that the phone might not release and that it's not guaranteed to release, and then the pre-order thing just had me a little concerned. But it's definitely coming though, right? It is guaranteed.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's definitely coming. Yeah.
Okay, then I don't know why they would put that in there. That's scaring me.
Yeah, that's odd. Because I didn't even see that one. I don't know. We'll have to get a little bit more information on that just so we can have updates. But all I know is that so far, we're just waiting on those shipments to head out. And we do have one here, so I can confirm that, the phone is real and we was, got to play with it in person and everything, and so it's pretty real. And I'm just waiting on those to ship out for the ones who's pre-ordered it, so they can go ahead and have theirs as well. But yeah, if you ever have any other concerns, then just reach out to us, and then we'll just get it escalated up to our back-end team to look in more into it for us.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. I just had one other quick question, because in the terms it also said that the pre-order doesn't price lock per se, but when I put the money down, it said it did. So do we have an idea on what the final price is? Because it was supposed to be $500, but reading through here, it said that that could be subject to change, at least as I understand it. Is it still $500?
So the phones are, yes, $499, and then of course you did the $100 deposit, and we don't charge the remaining $399 until the phone has shipped to you.
Okay,
so it is $499 with the $100 deposit, and then the remaining $399 will be charged once the phone actually releases and ships to you.
Okay, awesome. So it is locked in there for me.
Yes.
Perfect. That's great. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure, and hopefully we'll get those phones to you very, very soon, and you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You as well. Take it easy.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, see, I had nothing to be worried about. The terms and conditions got me all riled up over nothing. Everything they say in here is apparently just like a multiversal possibility that maybe they don't deliver the phone, maybe it's not as advertised, maybe you're not price locked, but after talking to support, turns out I am price locked, it is coming, and I can't fucking wait. And it is reserved for me. So I'm going to get my T1 device any day now, which has become the slogan for Trump Mobile. Any day, as it has been since August of 2025. Any day is coming, and I can't wait. That's really about it. Very cool. Very awesome. All right, that's it. See ya. Raise your hand if you've heard of the Talabi sisters. Wow, no hands, huh? That's surprising considering their strong presence on Instagram. They each have over 1 million followers. And recently they fell into some hot water after they were outed as scammers, and people took a bit of a deeper look into the Talabi sisters, and it turns out everything that they associate with and everything they claim to own, all the pies that they apparently have their fingers in, are make-believe, most likely. There's no evidence any of it's even real. So there's also a very good chance that their strong Instagram numbers are also just fraudulent. It's most likely botted, which isn't unique to the Talabi sisters. I'm sure most of you have heard of that phenomenon on Instagram specifically. These phantom influencers with millions of followers, but you'll click on one of their posts and it has 15 likes and a single comment from some drooling gooner who doesn't realize it's not real. But in most cases, those are fake people. They don't exist. Sometimes AI, sometimes just random Photoshop shit. In the Talabi sisters case, it's a little bit more unique because they do actually exist. And their origin goes as far back as 6 years ago, trying to get their name out there on Dr. Phil, showing off some crazy dance moves that puts JoJo Siwa to shame. They hit some of the wacky ones out there because they're really desperate to be influencers. And now, fast forward to today, 6 years later, they have these accounts with over 1 million followers each, and they're leveraging those numbers to try and get free things.
Sir ripped off a family-owned small business for hundreds of dollars of food, and she thought she'd get away with it. So Leah here is an influencer who reached out to this Chinese restaurant in LA and asked if they would give her and her sister free food in exchange for content.
Ah yes, the classic Galaxy Brain influencer scheme here of, you give us free shit, and we'll give you one of these. It's just always a terrible deal for whatever company that's working with one of these worms. Leah hopped on the horn, tossed out the cold call asking if they'd be interested in collabing. They said, sure, we'll accommodate. They set a time, then she says that her and her sister will be joined with another food influencer who will be with them. They confirm that they can accommodate and then ask what the deliverables will be. Will the food influencer post as well? Leah confirms, yes, everyone will post. So they get excited saying, perfect. collaboration we had previously. You will receive 1 drink per person, 1 appetizer per person, 1 entree per person, 1 dessert per person in exchange for 1 Instagram reel and TikTok, 1 Instagram story mention, to which Leah responds, "Perfect, that works!" So now the contract has been signed, the deal with the devil has been made, and they've got a date with 3 of the most insufferable fucking losers you'll ever meet in your life, I'm sure. I guarantee they were probably such a nuisance to serve at the restaurant. I already know.
Leah agrees, but then says she's actually showing up with a group of 6 people. Her justification for this is that she's showing up with a bunch of big food creators and publications who are going to highlight the restaurant. You can see she lists them off here.
Jeepers, she's got the whole bang bus pulling up here full of food influencers, ready to just go hog wild in this restaurant and highlight everything to promote them. We can provide a mix of Instagram reels, stories, and tag posts to highlight your menu, ambiance, and experience, and then list some of the profiles that will be attending. LA Food Magazine, Food Journal Magazine, Food Life Magazine, and let's not forget the most important toilet paper of them all, the Talaby's Instagram account. So now Leah Talaby has changed the terms of the deal. Now she's looking to have the entire fucking football team here come through the LA influencer circuit to run a train on this restaurant here. But, I mean, honestly, it's coming out of the goodness of the Talaby heart because they want to just highlight the restaurant. Honestly, they're looking out for them, clearly. They want what's best for the restaurant. So now she's got some of her very powerful food influencer friends representing prestigious magazines, and I already know they're going to be serving up smiles. The staff is going to be pleased to be around them, no doubt. And based on the dance moves and the attitude I saw from the Talaby sisters in the Dr. Phil segment, I already know they are fucking insufferable to be around. I bet they are these reckless oafs in public. Like, I just have this image of them sitting at the table like fucking SpongeBob at the Goofy Goober ice cream parlor, just slamming on the table. Waiter! Waiter! Waiter!
Leah and her group then rack up a $450 tab. She posts a couple of stories and they leave. Now a few weeks pass and nobody from that group has posted what Leah promised, so the restaurant does some digging after Leah ignores their messages. Remember those big food content creators that Leah said she was bringing? Well, the restaurant reached out to one of them directly and they have no idea about this dinner or Leah.
When I heard that stunning revelation, I had to stand up from my seat, hands on my hips. I couldn't believe it. You're telling me that was a lie? You're telling me her food influencer friends didn't actually represent those magazines, and when contacted directly, the magazines denied ever even having heard of the Talabys? What kind of... Saying it out loud, I'm stunned all over again. You're telling me that the Talabys would lie? Oh, it's like venom leaving my lips. I just couldn't even imagine them doing something like that. They seem like such good-natured, wholesome people. Surely the stories are on their way. They represent these magazines. They're busy. The pipeline gets full. They're probably still in the process of writing up a 100-page epic novella all covering this experience they had dining in at that restaurant for free. And surely the promised posts from the Talaby twins are on their way. That's probably still just bogged down in editing. They probably sent it out to like Nolan's editors, in order to really spruce it up and make it the best it can be for some high quality content that the Talaby sisters have become known for. Now, dropping the sarcasm. So, I think it's pretty clear what the scam is. They use these numbers on their Instagram account to go to these companies and these businesses in order to pitch these collaborations to get free shit out of it. And these companies agree because they think that they'll get good promotion out of it. But the reality of the situation is they don't really see anything from it. And in the case of the Talaby sisters, they don't even get the agreed upon posts or anything either. They just end up being out hundreds of product with nothing to show for it at all. And the Talaby sisters seem to bring their friends into the deals. So, like, instead of it just being the Talaby twins, they then bring in a bunch of their friends in order to maximally fist these businesses. And in the case of this restaurant, this is just a small family-owned business. and $450 bill that the Talibis did not pay and seemingly have no interest in paying is not feeling good on a business like that. And that sucks. That really sucks. The name of the restaurant was Men and Beasts, I believe. And the Talibis have now just gone radio silent. They privated their accounts because a lot of people were clowning on them for it and asking if they'll ever go back and pay their tab. And the answer is most likely no. They probably won't. And if that's where the story stopped, there'd be the same old thing that we've seen from countless influencers before them. But they go the extra mile. There is a follow-up here. They have a response, a legal response.
A few days ago, I posted about this influencer who lied to a restaurant to get hundreds of dollars of free food. Well, Leah here saw the video and she didn't like it. She had her lawyer Ryan Sauter of Sauter Law Group send me an email demanding that I remove the video or face potential legal action for defamation. Now, there's only one small problem with this. Ryan Sauter isn't a lawyer and Sauter Law Group doesn't exist.
No way! You mean to tell me that the Talibi twins didn't hire the most prestigious lawyer under the sun? Instead, they made up the boogeyman lawyer, Ryan Sauter? No. He's like the cleaner. You just can't find any information on him. He's that hardcore. That must be what's going on. He's deep cover right now. There's no way that something the Talibi sisters did is fake and not real. That just doesn't check out. That doesn't pass the smell test at all. Also, I love the thought process here, or really lack thereof, from these fucking sisters. All right, how can we make this even worse? Let's go ahead and sue the guy for defamation. Well, that's what we'll try. That's always worked. But then one of them must have piped up and said, wait a minute, we can't afford a lawyer. All right, plan B, what if we pretend we're suing him, we'll make up our own lawyer with the help of ChatGPT, and we'll send him a scary email from this supposed lawyer, and that'll bully him into silence. He'll be shaking in his boots. We'll send shivers down his spine with Ryan Sauter, our make-believe lawyer. Yeah, that'll do it.
You see, what Leah and Ryan fail to realize is there's this thing called the California State Bar, which has a database of every licensed attorney in the state of California. And there's no record of a Ryan Sauter. Oh, but it gets better. The business address that Ryan lists in his email signature is associated with a real office building, and that office building has a phone number. And by calling that phone number, I discovered that there's no record of a tenant named Sauter Law Group, and the suite number that Ryan listed is associated with a reception desk.
You fool! What you fail to realize is all of that information is correct. He doesn't work at the reception desk. His office is underneath it, buried 15 levels below ground. He's a subterranean lawyer specializing in only the most serious of defamation cases. Ryan Sauter is the danger. They have to keep him underground in order to even remotely contain his power. It's like in Men in Black when they take the elevator and they go like 10 stories down to find all the aliens and shit. That's where Ryan Sauter thrives, in that environment. So you think you've cracked the case, but you've only exposed your own ignorance to the grand scheme of the Talibi sisters and Ryan Sauter.
Now, you know what is illegal in California? Impersonating an attorney, and rest assured that I am reporting Ryan to the proper authorities. And finally, to Leah, who I know will watch this, you could have just taken some accountability and we all could have moved on. But instead, you and your friend tried to bully somebody but happened to run into the wrong person at the wrong time. Anyways, I would start looking for a real lawyer real soon, buddy.
Unfortunately, I doubt anything's gonna come from that report. I feel like that's the conclusion right there to this whole saga. There's not gonna be anything that's done about it. It's not like the Talibi sisters are gonna be punished for it. Ryan Sauter's not gonna be fucking perp-walked or whatever for pretending to be a lawyer. Fucking half of LA is probably pretending to be a lawyer right now. Everyone's probably impersonating a lawyer out there. So I don't think there'll be any like follow-up or anything from the Talibi sisters or any like legal things that unfold from this. But they are just big assholes. The Talabi sisters are using this fake big number on their platforms to leverage free things and free services. There was another individual that came forward telling a similar story of their experience with Talabi sisters. So this is something they have done way more than once from the sound of things. And now, the story doesn't quite stop there. So Otozi recently covered this, and he went even deeper than just like the surface level stuff on their Instagram and like these kind of little scams that they like to run. He looked into everything the Talabi sisters have ever really put their hands in. And it seems like pretty much all of it is fake or at the very least extremely shady.
I did after just doing a little bit of digging. Because when everything went down, I also noticed 2 other accounts that Sarah tagged in her bio that both seem to be run by the sisters, at least in some capacity. So you have the Talabi report, where the girls, I guess, LARP as fashion and trend journalists.
So you can look forward to the Talabi report. We're doing new episodes weekly about all the new trends and beauty trends around the world.
Unfortunately, the Talabi report is also privated, so as you can see, I'm looking a little raggedy right now because I haven't been able to tune in and get the latest in fashion advice and fashion trends. Lord help all of us. Hopefully they won't stay private for long, because what's the world going to do without their insightful, sage wisdom in the world of fashion?
And then you have Visualist Mag, which is described as a leading cultural force distinguished in its rare intersection of art, film, and fashion. There is nothing rare about that intersection. That is the most LA intersection I have ever heard of. Art, film, and fashion. That sounds like half the people in LA.
That gave me quite a giggle, because that truly is shockingly stupid. That is one of the most nothing burger sentences to describe something you could possibly drum up. Hot take, I don't think they AI generated that. I think that is fresh out of the empty thought factory of the Talabi sisters. I think that is their own brand of stupidity right there. They probably thought they were doing something unheard of before. They said it couldn't be done, like cold fusion, but we are going to be the intersection, this rare intersection between art, film, and fashion. Yes, the Holy Trinity.
It's starting to feel like everything the Talabi twins are known for seems to be something of their own creation that they're using puff pieces to try to make look legitimate. For instance, they're supposed to be filmmakers at Changemaker Studios, according to a very flattering Forbes article and IMDb. And the reason I say puff pieces is because all of these articles seem to be by the same group of people, so they could be paid for. Who knows though? But the 2 quote-unquote documentaries they have said that they directed, produced, and starred in, they're nowhere to be found. I couldn't find them online.
That's because these aren't movies to be watched, you imbecile. These are movies to be imagined, and the Talabi sisters take us on a thought journey by dumping empty IMDb pages for these fictitious films. It's actually so incredible. They don't even bother like botting the IMDb pages or anything, so there's literally 0 reviews. These movies actually don't exist. They never existed, and it's not like they were only shown in film festivals or in person, like you had to be there to see them or something. They are actually just not real. It's just a lie. But they did it because they wanted to have those credits so that way they looked more legitimate, it seems. So they're directors, they're stars in movies.
Not to mention, they have suspiciously generic titles and themes, so trying to find confirmation of their existence becomes nearly impossible. And again, this seems to be kind of a theme. For every Talabi business I could find, there's a legitimate one with a similar, if not identical name and model that floods the search results with confusing links and AI explanations. Have a fashion marketing agency called La Lux V that supposedly merged with PR powerhouse agency Koch PR Group. But the problem is, when you go to this powerhouse website, it looks very amateur. Honestly, go to a media school and give them 5 minutes in Canva and they can make something better than this. But regardless, there's like no information on this website and you have to give them your contact information if you want to find out more. But again, what do you know? There actually is a legit Koch PR company that comes up when you search them up, muddying the waters yet again.
When you look up this merger of the Talabi sisters company with Koch, the only 2 articles you can find are from the same place called PR Underground. Now, I'm not familiar with PR Underground. I don't know what the vetting process is. But is there a chance that this is just, once again, not real? There's a high likelihood. It's more likely than you might think. Talabi sisters still make bullshit up the old-fashioned way, it seems. At least, that's the impression I get.
Anonymous tip to Dumoy, which is a celebrity gossip page, and they got called out for trying to pretend that they hooked up with Timothy Chalamet and Leonardo DiCaprio at Coachella. Again, I mean, they are just desperate for any attention whatsoever.
I just looked at the Leonardo DiCaprio message I got from a Finsta, spotted Leo DiCaprio at Coachella party with model Leah Talabi, her sister. They were kissing and cuddling the whole time. So these sisters were trying to set me up to post that one was making out with Timmy and one was making out with Leo.
Actually trying everything to just get their names out there for a crumb of attention. So they submitted their own anonymous tips to this gossip page about how one of the sisters was making out with Timothy Chalamet and the other was with Leonardo DiCaprio.
And Sarah wasted no time capitalizing on the gossip. So she was speaking out about this all over the place, except all she was doing was avoiding confirming or denying the rumors, trying to just garner sympathy and promoting another book that I couldn't find anywhere. Because when I tried to look up that book, I found an article referencing another book, and I can't find that other book either.
Such a glorious and pathetic mess. These fucking sisters are so embarrassingly cringe. Holy shit. So yeah, they submit their own anonymous tip, and it loosely got picked up by others, not even as like a rumor, just more of like it's something to make fun of. Like, people were just insulting the Talabi sisters for this obviously fake baloney, because when they were asked for evidence like a pic or something, they just then ghosted. They just vanished. So then they also tried to weigh in about, like, you know, the mental toll that this secret relationship with Timothy Chalamet had on her. And then also tried to, like, shout out a book that didn't exist that was also referenced in another book that also doesn't seem to exist. It's, oh my god, it's actually incredible. Their entire lives are just lies. Like, everything they do is just a lie, it seems. There's nothing true or real about them. What the fuck? Actually, just a wild little story here and a look at some real freaks. So yeah, I wanted to just yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Anyone remember Mark Zuckerberg's obsessive push for the metaverse? Well, more like metaverse, because that bubble is gone. Nobody hopped aboard his vision of the future, of going into Horizon worlds without your legs and talking to your friends floating around like the aliens from the Jimmy Neutron movie. It had been just a joke. It's been embarrassing. Everyone's clowned on it, and yesterday they announced they were finally shutting down the Horizon Worlds VR experience, much to the chagrin of pretty much no one. Nobody cared. There wasn't really a community to be upset about it. So last night on stream I was kind of going over it, making fun of it, because they've lost like $70 billion on this project. That's what they've invested into it, and saw literally no return. The exact amount of money invested into this vision is kind of all over the place depending on what source you read from, but it's agreed upon that it's in excess of $50 billion, according to this article from TechCrunch. The Reality Labs division has lost Meta $73 billion since 2021. Now, not all of that is because of Horizon Worlds, but Horizon Worlds really seemed to be their golden goose because Mark Zuckerberg couldn't stop gooning over it. Like, this guy was trying so hard, aggressively push it upon everyone, and nobody bought into the vision at all. So this $73 billion worth of research and development, all that money just been torched. Just endlessly burning money. It would be like dumping $70 billion into production of fidget spinners in 2026. Just really out of touch. Nobody wanted it. Nobody used it. And now, as I was rendering out that video, making fun of the Horizon Worlds and the shutdown and everything and going over it, they just announced that they are actually not shutting it down. This is brand spanking new here. From out of nowhere, they've now just rolled back that decision saying, you know what? We've decided to keep the VR experience available for Horizon Worlds. We've heard all of your cries. We know how much this means to you. And to me, that sounds like one of the surefire signs of psychosis, because even the few people that went into Horizon Worlds actively made videos on YouTube going like, yeah, this makes sense. I see why they're shutting it down. There was really no reason for them to keep it going. So even their handful of users on there were like, yeah, they really should pull the plug on life support here. You know, it doesn't really make sense why it's even still around. And it doesn't. Like, they've lost so much money on this, continue to lose so much money on this, and now they're like, okay, we see that this means a lot to you, so it's time that we just keep losing money on it. It will stick around in VR. Let's take a look at their statement. Meta's CTO Andrew Bosworth said that VR support for Horizon Worlds will not come to an end. We have decided just today, in fact, that we will keep Horizon Worlds working in VR. Yippee! Wow! I can't believe it! Our prayers have been answered! He said this as part of an Instagram Stories Q&A after a fan of the app reached out to say they were heartbroken about the decision. That is probably the only fan with that perspective, by the way. And that one fan has now just convinced this company to keep this going to the tune of billions of dollars down the shitter again. Actual hero. I'm not gonna lie, that goes crazy. Just one guy was like, hey man, this kind of like hurt my feelings. Can you turn it back on? They're like, yes, we have to do this for this one guy. I don't care how many billions are lost. We must make this guy happy. He liked Horizon Worlds. So then a Meta spokesperson confirmed the comments. And to reiterate the previous decision that is now moot, Meta, in an effort to stop losing like billions upon billions of dollars every couple of months, decided that it would stop supporting the social media or the social metaverse app Horizon Worlds. They confirmed that it would be moving to web and mobile only on June 15th, but now they've reversed course on that. You know what this reminds me of? Of the one guy going in being like, hey, I'm heartbroken. Can you guys keep it on for me? Keep the lights on? They're like, yeah, we can do that. It reminds me of the whole Morbius thing, where the studio just got deluded and thought if they re-released Morbius, it would do better the second time around because it was gathering a huge meme following. So basically it was like, hey, we were all busy that week and you gotta re-release Morbius because now we all want to go see it on the big screen. So they did re-release it, only for it to flop all over again. The double flop. It feels like that. Like, I think there's a chance this guy probably didn't even really like Horizon Worlds, but he was just like, man, wouldn't it be amazing if I could convince them to keep wasting so much money keeping this shit going for no reason? So that did put a smile on my face big time. But anyway, let me show you the clips of, you know, what Horizon Worlds was and us kind of just holding a little funeral for it last night when we were all led to believe that it would be sailing off into the sunset in the not too distant future. Did you see they're pulling the plug on the metaverse? Oh, did I see they're pulling the plug on the metaverse? Yes. All 9 people in the metaverse are inconsolable right now. The tears won't stop flowing. Oh, I couldn't believe my eyes. They've invested so many billions into this ridiculous idea. This trash. And now they're like, okay, well, enough is enough, we'll shut it down. Meta announced Tuesday it's shutting down Horizon Worlds, the virtual reality social network. It was once a key piece of the pivot to the metaverse. The world just wasn't ready. Ahead of its time. We're separating the two platforms so each can grow with greater focus, and Horizon Worlds platform will be a mobile-only experience. Oh god, I forgot this. Our hope is that within the next decade, the metaverse will reach 1 billion people, host hundreds of billions of dollars in digital commerce, and support jobs for millions of creators and developers. Fast forward to only 5 years later, and I think maybe they reached triple digits in users. Maybe they got 100 or 200 in there over the last 5 years. Does this mean all the metaverse residents die? Yeah. Unfortunately, they have to be sacrificed. He's already down 80 billion. What's a few more in refunds? He's not refunding shit, man. You're out of your mind if you think they're going to refund anything metaverse adjacent. The metaverse has proved to be a costly bet. Reality Labs unit posted billions in losses each quarter after its launch. In fourth quarter earnings posted in January, the unit reported at an operating loss of 6 billion. Holy shit. It's glorious, man. You love to see that. That's business, baby. They got the eye. They know what we want. R.I.P. Goodbye, Horizon Worlds. Well, it's going to mobile, so I guess it's not a goodbye. It's more of a see you later. Except I won't be doing that either. You should make a video in the metaverse during its last day. No. Not even as a joke. I hate, I actually despise everything about Horizon Worlds. It's so bad. Ugh. See, here we go.
Hats over there and clothes over there. I was wondering that clothes I bought 6 months ago, will I have a right to keep them? Only time will tell.
You remember when they were launching this without legs? They couldn't quite get legs in there, something VR chat was doing for years prior. They couldn't even come in and do fucking legs.
I saw it coming because Mark Zuckerberg discovered that in his precious Meta Horizon Worlds, there were only 900 users average daily.
I was joking about the numbers. It didn't even make it to 1,000 daily users? Oh, what the fuck? That's like high guard level. Wow.
So it's all, and he lost $37 billion of it. So Meta Horizon Worlds will exist, but only in 2 dimensions. So a lot of communities like Horizon France, Horizon Germany, and all the communities, well, they will lose a lot of money. Well, that's life, isn't it? So
this guy's handling it well.
Let's do a farewell tour, and I will show you my worlds, my favorite worlds. I visited it for the last 5 years. Okay, here we go.
He's handling it like a champ.
This was one of the most favorite places over here. It's based on an island in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, I can see that because it's just a JPEG of that actual place, it seems. The power of Horizon Worlds, baby. Can't find that elsewhere.
Capri. And the furniture is just grand. Just look at the furniture over here.
I wouldn't really say it's grand. Those are like
so real.
Normal IKEA wooden chairs.
It's made by Kate Austin. So it's pure eye candy, so you cannot do much in here. But I find it beautiful. So let's visit the place.
Brother, you gotta go to VR chat stat. If you find this beautiful, your mind will be blown with what people have made in VR chat over the years. This is a blessing in disguise for you, my friend. Well, they'll have a new home there in VR chat, and I think they're gonna like it a lot more. Just a hunch. Oh yeah, here's a video from 3 months ago. Metaverse only has 900 users.
This goofy, doofy image. It's seared into everyone's collective consciousness when they think about the metaverse, even 4 years after its launch. The metaverse, as envisioned by Mark Zuckerberg, was just one of those vague Silicon Valley ideas that nobody concretely understood. At the center of the metaverse.
Look at that. See, that's what I'm talking about. This is what the metaverse used to be when they were first launching. They couldn't figure out how to do legs or anything, so they just had you walking around like fucking Rayman. Just missing limbs. It was so pathetic. Oh, God. What a stupid venture.
Was Horizon Worlds, the flagship VR universe that was to usher in a new era of social connection. On the surface, Facebook had the social network effects and the money to execute the tried and true, if you build it, they'll come method. But it wasn't to be. The average person wasn't ready to meet and interact with their friends in a virtual reality-enabled world.
But that's just not true, because that happens daily in VR chat. They just weren't ready to do that in fucking Horizon Worlds. Because that'd be like getting your friends to all switch to dial-up or something. Be like, hey guys, let's connect through AIM. We don't need our phones anymore. Let's go back to AIM. It's just a significantly worse space to try and play with your friends in VR chat. Or in VR. Didn't know it looked this bad. It's terrible, man. Like, it's been a joke this entire time. So I'm not surprised to see it shut down. I'm honestly surprised that they actually admitted defeat, though. I thought they'd quietly just, like, take it out behind the barn and, like, phase it out. But they did just come out point blank and say, yep, just lost tons of money, we're done. Now it'll be a mobile thing. And I'm so curious what they envision it to be like in mobile. Apparently they're trying to do it a la Roblox style. As like an entry point for like no VR headsets Horizon Worlds communication. Sounds stupid to me still. The game was embezzlement, no shot it was near $1 billion a month to keep up. Honestly, a really good point. I truly don't know how it was so expensive for them to maintain this. They definitely didn't need the server space for the lack of community. And they didn't really roll out a whole lot of updates from what I recall. So what were they doing? That's a good point. What the fuck were they doing? Do you not know how expensive it is to render legs on avatars? That's a really good point, yeah. That's a couple billion a month, no doubt, to maintain. Do you think they'll get rid of the Quest now that they're sunsetting the metaverse? Absolutely not. Even though VR gaming's not exactly like in the best spot or anything in terms of like mass adoption, there's no way they're gonna close the curtains on the Quest itself. Absolutely no way. They put way too many resources into that. That's what you would have seen if you were the doctor delivering me when I was a baby. It's time for a classic make fun of Twitch moment. I just learned about their new sponsorship opportunities, and I know I'm a little tardy to the party on this one, but I'm still gonna get the farty sharded because this is very impressive clown behavior from Twitch. This one's even more out of touch than their normal shenanigans. So, Twitch now has sponsorships which are open to streamers now to opt in. Woo! Yeah, this is a good opportunity for streamers to make some money doing streams, right? Wrong, you goddamn imbecile. This is a good opportunity for Twitch to make some money by treating you like a fleshlight. So Matt sent me this tweet here about the Twitch sponsorships, and it's in regards to the 2XKO campaign in particular, where Twitch is now offering this sponsorship where you play 2XKO, and instead of getting paid for it, instead of getting paid by, you know, Riot Games or Twitch as part of this sponsorship, your community has to gift subs, so your community is the one that's paying for this sponsorship, and if they gift 5 subs, then 2XKO gifts an additional bonus sub. It's as stupid as it sounds. So basically, you can do a sponsorship here and earn $0 for it. If your community decides not to gift 5 subs, which is $25, then you as the streamer make literally $0 from accepting a fucking partnership through Twitch with Riot Games. Now, make no mistake, Twitch has been paid by Riot Games for this sponsorship. Wow, I started hitting like a fat lisp there, like baby talk. They have been paid by Riot Games to promote 2XKO through the sponsorship tab. So Twitch has already made money from this sponsorship. And now it's pushing it out to any streamers that want to elect for it without Twitch needing to pay them for it, because instead the onus will be put on viewers to pay them for some reason, and then Riot Games will gift an additional one if they meet the threshold, which is 5 gifted subs. That's lunacy. So also, Twitch is making a portion on every single gift sub too, by the way. So Twitch has already earned from the partnership with Riot Games for 2XKO, and they will earn off of your community gifting subs to you, and also earn when Riot Games gifts an additional one, if they gift an additional one, if someone gets 5 gift subs during the sponsorship. Actual insanity. The greed is laughable. Like, this is like cartoonishly dumb. And I had to see it for myself, so I went on my Twitch dashboard, went to the sponsorship page, and sure enough, there she blows. So it gives you a little rundown on what 2XKO is, and then you get the promo details. You can only activate this campaign while streaming 2XKO, stream 2XKO during this campaign, and bonus gift subs will become available to your community. For every bundle of 5 gift subs purchased on your channel, Riot Games will add 1 bonus sub in celebration of 2XKO now being available on consoles. For reference, 1 gift sub is about $2.50 to most streamers on the platform. So, how generous the benevolent saints on the 2XKO brand partnership team are willing to give $2.50 to communities that have individuals fork over $25 during the streaming of their game. What an interesting model. But be on the lookout, because they'll also be periodically giving out even more gift subs on top of that. This offer is only available on your channel during the campaign dates and while you're streaming 2XKO. Bonus gift sub earnings are paid out based on your typical net revenue share. You must opt in to participate in this offer. Terms apply. What a nifty idea, where the only person that walks away with a W is Twitch, because it costs them $0 and they make money on already securing the partnership with Riot for 2XKO, and the gift subs from the streamers community, and the gift subs from Riot with 2XKO. And Twitch, they didn't have to do anything. That's fucking free money right there. Holy Toledo. Very interesting. So the way it worked previously on like the bounty board was Twitch would present offers to streamers through the bounty board, typically lower than what you'd see if you worked with like an agent or whatever who represents you. But the idea was it's accessible to any streamer and like only a few clicks away from accepting a brand sponsorship. And the way it worked is Twitch would secure these deals and they would take a cut of that brand partnership, but you would get paid for the campaign. So like stream, the poop that took a pee for 2 hours and you'll get $800 or $1,000 or something. Twitch has already made money by partnering with that brand, and now you as the streamer can make your piece of that pie if you want to accept that deal and stream like that. Whereas this new innovative method here, this nifty idea, means you can actually earn $0 and Twitch has already earned off just having this brand partnership. So there's no like actual payment anymore, like campaign payment from the brand. It now has to come from your community to even trigger the brand to give you like $2.50 on top of it. Yeehaw. Like, I don't understand how they thought this was a good idea. Now, looking at the sponsorship page, they still do have the old method of like campaigns where there's a payment, a payout offered for like streaming Marvel Rivals or something, right? So like that's still there, but now this seems to be another campaign offer that they're willing to play around with. It's pretty embarrassing. This shouldn't even be something that's offered because it's just terrible for the streamer. And like I said, plenty of people over the years have criticized the Twitch bounty board, which is now the sponsorship page, because the payouts they offer are much, much, much lower than if you worked with like an agent or even represented yourself to brands that you want to work with, because now Twitch has to take a piece of the pie here, whereas with like an agent or if you did it yourself, you then would have like an agent fee, like a management fee, or if you did it yourself, there wouldn't be any of that. So you definitely have like higher earning potential through working with brands that way than you ever would through the bounty board. But the idea of it could definitely be useful for streamers that don't have access to agents or don't want to like reach out to brands themselves. So there's always been like a place for it, and there are some people that really do swear by it, and that's completely understandable. But this kind of offering of like you get a free gift sub if someone in your community, just a normal viewer, donates $25 beforehand, that's your payment. That's unhinged. There's not even a guarantee that the brand is going to pay you for streaming their game, because it all hinges on whether or not your community decides to fork over 25 clams during your streaming of that product for whatever reason. It's a campaign where the brand isn't the one paying you to play it and stream it for X amount of hours. It's your community that's paying you to do so, and then the brand will come in and give you like $2 sometimes. That's actually blows my mind they thought this was a good idea. Now, as of right now, it's only 2XKO with this bonus sub fucking working for free tip campaign. I don't even know what to call this disaster. But I imagine it probably won't be the only one if this like proves the concept. Like if a lot of streamers accept that sponsorship deal, I imagine we'll see more of this, because it is extremely cheap for the brand, because instead of paying, hundreds of dollars or whatever, They now only have to do $2.50 worth sometimes. Well, they pay $5 for the sub, but the streamer's getting $2.50 is what I'm saying. It's extremely cheap for them to just like occasionally have to drop an additional gift sub if the community for some reason dropped 25 prior. They are not even the ones paying for the partnership, like I said. It is basically the community that's paying the streamer for these campaigns. It's very, very, very cheap for these brands to do, and Twitch makes the lion's share of all of it, so it's great for them. So I imagine that there will be more that follow this model. It probably won't just be 2xKO, but I would strongly encourage you, streamers of any and all sizes, to not accept those sponsorship deals. Those are fucking terrible. But I'm not your dad, you do what you want. I just wanted to yap about this because it was so fucking silly. Just another out-of-touch decision from Twitch. They really know how to give the community what they're asking for. That's really about it, so yeah. I just wanted to briefly give you the latest information in the David case and the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I know I've made a couple videos yapping about this, and it's a really genuinely difficult topic to even talk about because of how disgusting it is. But the reason why I keep bringing it up is because there is a not small number of people, a relatively strong movement, the Dipshits for David, that are constantly trying to brainwash people into believing that David has been framed. They keep regurgitating that, well, they haven't found him guilty yet, thus we know he's innocent and he has been framed, he's actually a victim in all of this, and they're trying to bury all of the real information and muddy everything, even though so much of this evidence is publicly available evidence. That, like, not even all the stuff that's in the case right now, there is so much information you can find that, if you have a functioning frontal lobe, will lead you to one conclusion. David is pure evil, and every new piece of information from the prosecution here is beyond disturbing. So I just blabber about this because I want to at least provide the real facts about the case here to try and combat all of the incorrect gobbledygook people are spitting out there, this mumbo-jumbo from this group that for some reason wants everyone to be supportive of David and like plug their ears to what the prosecution is bringing forth. It's fucking lunacy.
Mark, the details alleged by prosecutors are frankly disgusting. In this preliminary 8-page brief signed by LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman, prosecutors paint a picture of a rising pop star who they say lured a young girl and then eliminated her when she threatened to expose their relationship and derail his fame.
This had been brought up previously with the potential motive behind David's killing of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He had known her since she was 11 and sexually abused her, and he didn't even hide this deplorable situation here. She had appeared in like streams, there's videos of the two of them together. His community was even aware of her, but according to the mods, they didn't know that she was a child. They were unaware of her age, nor did they know that she was reported missing. I don't know if that's true or not, or if the mods are just trying to cover their own ass so they don't end up on the hook and in trouble. Couldn't tell you, but the point is, there is a lot of evidence with these two publicly together in photos, videos, all of that. And at some point, it is alleged that she made a threat about, making it more known that she's a child. She is a minor. And thus the prosecution alleges that the motive was David wanting to save his career because if that information got out, it would damage his blossoming career. So in order to try and save that, he killed her.
In court for the second time today, attorneys for the singer, whose real name is David Burke, fought to seal the brief that prosecutors believe lays out a specific timeline and evidence of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez's murder. Prosecutors allege Rivas Hernandez and Burke first met when she was just 11 years old, and they have explicit sexual photos of the two. The brief also claims Burke stabbed Celeste several times and watched her bleed to death.
Now, in the previous information that was provided by prosecution, they were talking about the child pornography that they found on David's phone. Now they are also saying that there are explicit sexual photos of David and Celeste together. So that is probably the child porn that they were referring to then. Also saying that the two had met when she was 11. And the autopsy report was recently made public, where the cause of death was revealed to be sharp objects through the torso. So they are alleging that David stabbed her multiple times and then watched her bleed to death.
In the days after prosecutors claimed David had slaughtered Rivas Hernandez, they say he purchased tools to dismember her body. Prosecutors say Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws, a body bag, and blue inflatable swimming pool to David's home, all ordered under a fake name. Prosecutors say David cut off 2 of her fingers because one of them had a tattoo of his name on it. Prosecutors also allege they have text messages that discuss sex between the two, her pregnancy, and an abortion.
Every new piece of information that comes out from this case here is just shockingly evil. Like, this guy is the fucking devil, man. Holy. It's unthinkable. Just actual unfathomable evil. So, there's allegations that she was pregnant and also had an abortion. And they also have evidence of text messages exchanged between David and Celeste about sex. There were some headlines floating around earlier, like yesterday, that apparently said that, this is from Celeste to David, that all they do is have sex and hang out, and she wants something more than that. That's so fucked up. This is a child that David is routinely sexually abusing. Now, the method of chopping up her body to try and hide it was never disclosed to my knowledge, but here the prosecution is saying that they found evidence that he had purchased chainsaws and an inflatable pool, and that's how he was dismembering her corpse. Her corpse was found in pieces in the trunk of his vehicle after roughly 5 months decomposing in there. And another thing is, with this information about her pregnancy and abortion, it reminded me that when this story was first breaking and I was first covering it, there were a lot of like screenshots being shared around of things David had said to his community, and one of them did mention a child on the way. Now, I don't imagine Discord screenshots from David are going to be anything the prosecution is going to be using in court in any big capacity. I imagine they have far stronger evidence than that. But even still, the fact that stuff like this exists is extremely alarming, and it is publicly accessible information here. To my knowledge, those screenshots, like the one where he said he had a kid on the way with @deleted_user, haven't been debunked as some kind of hoax or photoshopped or a user that was impersonating him. I haven't seen anything to that effect, but community members seem to think that he was joking about that it was just a bit of a goof about the kid on the way. Though, in light of what the prosecution alleges about Celeste being pregnant and abortion, seems like there's a chance it wasn't a joke. But again, I don't think Discord messages here are going to be something the prosecution is relying on. I imagine they have far more solid evidence, but I just wanted to mention this because it reminded me, and it is just another piece of publicly available information that is out there that is now having even more weight put on it because of what the prosecution has been alleging with everything they have.
And text messages where Celeste threatens to expose Burke and destroy his career. In July, months after prosecutors say he'd stabbed her to death, Burke placed her body in the inflatable pool he'd ordered to prevent her blood from spilling onto his garage floor and used a chainsaw to cut off her limbs.
The medical examiner's report released just last week had noted those pieces of blue plastic in Rivas Hernandez's remains. Prosecutors now say those pieces of blue plastic were pieces of the inflatable pool that they say David had placed her body in. Burke has pleaded not guilty. He will stay locked up in jail until his next court date in May.
I don't think that's some kind of big coinky-dink there that the blue plastic that was noted in that report from the body happens to also potentially match the inflatable pool that they allege he had purchased in addition to those chainsaws. Like, I think if anyone's got their thinking caps on, and if you're actually bothering to pay attention to the case and actually look at the evidence, even the evidence that is publicly accessible, it should be an obvious conclusion here that David is not innocent. He is not some fucking angel, some saint that's been framed by a ne'er-do-well out there that's trying to, ruin David for their dubious schemes. David is pure evil. That's what I believe, and I think all of the evidence points to that fact as well.
Former prosecutor turned criminal defense attorney R.J. Dreiling says David's defense team will seize on one detail.
They note in their brief that David was sending text messages to Celeste after her death. They're going to use that to prove that, look, there's no way he knew that she was dead or responsible for it. He's still trying to communicate with her after her death.
That's a pretty fucking weak argument, if you ask me. No. All of this evidence, it's hooey. It's a load of hooey because the only fact that matters is David was sending her text messages after she was already murdered. Why would he do that if he knew she was dead? Wouldn't make any sense. Checkmate. Gotcha. Like, that's trash. I think that is a complete trash argument because this is clearly someone who is going to great lengths to try and hide this. Chopping up, dismembering her corpse and stuffing it in a trunk. I imagine that even someone with only a handful of neurons could have come up with the scheme of still sending text messages even after death to try and give himself an alibi. Like, no, look guys, I didn't know. See, I sent messages when she was dead. I didn't know. It's terrible. Who could have done this? We gotta find who did this. There's a maniac on the loose. Like, I think it is a terrible, terrible argument. Now, of course, they're paid to represent him. They have to do their job. I get it, I guess. But my point is, I don't think that's going to be very strong on their side. I just really don't. Anyway, as always, praying that there will be justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez here in this case, and just wanted to give you the latest update. That's really about it. So, yeah. Island Boy. Did that just send you into a fight or flight response? Yeah, I bet it did. That's a name you probably haven't heard in many moons now. The Island Boys have had a huge fall off. Very few people even remember them. I completely forgot they existed until a clip surfaced of one of them doing a 20 women versus one Island Boy, and he was just getting brutally cooked, absolutely roasted. It wasn't like a dating thing. It was more just 20 women line up to insult this guy to his face. But he is so unbelievably stupid, he can't even understand half of the insults. It's cinema, and I have to share it with all of you.
In today's video, we got 20 women versus one Island Boy.
This intro had me giggling hard. I was hooked immediately. 20 women versus one Island Boy. And the guy's just awkwardly sitting there doing this. That kind of thing. Oh, man. I knew I was in for a good time watching this.
Alright, what's up? Listen, I'm the Island Boy. I'm here with this girl. What's your name?
Annie.
Annie. I'm gonna rate you 8.
I didn't think it was possible to have this low of a charisma stat. This guy can very barely get words out of his mouth. And he looks like he is like spamming idle animations on a Mortal Kombat character select screen just to stay somewhat lucid. Because it looks like if he stopped moving for more than like 3 seconds, like stopped swaying, his whole body would shut off. It looks like he is perpetually on the verge of passing out. Like his brain has to work so hard just to get a few neurons to fire to do the bare minimum of human sentience. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Oh, she's an A. Why you give her this an A, bro?
I don't know. Are you Asian?
Yeah.
You're Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Like fully Asian?
I'm half Vietnamese.
I don't know, because I heard Asian girls have like bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I the Asian girl before.
Oh, it's not me though.
It's not you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. What am I supposed to do with her? Yes?
So how you feel? You said swipe right?
Yeah.
Swipe right is good.
Nice! Look at the way the island boy handles business here. Smooth talking, silver tongued Casanova. Are you Asian? I heard Asian girls have something pussy, I think is what he said. And then she said, okay, where'd you hear that? And he just goes, I fucked an Asian girl. So you heard it from yourself. I also don't think he fucked an Asian girl, by the way. I think he was trying to look cool. It's incredible how just, even through the computer screen, I'm getting dry. Like, it's making me, like, shrivel up into myself. I can only imagine what it's like to be in the same room as this kind of vermin. Like, it's like a Dementor of vibes. He comes in, he just sucks out all good vibes and leaves nothing but awkward cringe in its wake.
Swipe right?
Look, right eye, for sure, she good.
Okay. Man, what the
You have nothing to say? What?
do you have a fake chain or something?
How can someone be this observably dumb? He is an actual imbecile. Every time he opens his mouth, you can hear the idiot inside of him. This guy is actually just fucking stupid. By every measurable metric imaginable, he is just fucking dumb. And he can't interact with people at all. So even on this dating show, he can't muster the bare minimum of introducing himself. The best he can do is interrogate her about a fake chain. And the host of this has to keep prodding the island boy for a couple of extra thoughts because he just can't speak in more than like 3 words at a time. So the host is like, why'd you rate that girl an 8? Or, why do you think that, Fly? That's the island boy's name. This is Fly, one half of the island boys. It's unfathomable. And honestly, seeing that they're successful should show you just how far we have devolved as a species, that we allow someone like this to have as much money as he does. It's so embarrassing, it's so fucking sad and pathetic.
You have fake chains, so what's the problem with me having a fake chain?
I don't have any chains on.
Well, I mean, you have fake chains, so like, if I have a fake chain, why is that? You're
Girl.
supposed to be asking my name and introducing yourself.
Girl, what are you talking about? I have fake chains?
Well, you're asking about my chain. Like, are you introducing yourself? What's your name?
Okay, yes, my name is Fly.
Fly, you kissed your brother.
I most definitely kissed my brother.
Yep, uh-huh.
And I made millions off of it.
Oh, congratulations, bro. You'd do it again?
No.
You wouldn't? Okay, valid. I mean, I wouldn't either.
Wait, Fly, why you say no? Like, why you say you wouldn't, bro?
I feel like the host also despises this worm. He's constantly kind of poking him like, so why wouldn't you kiss your brother anymore, Fly? Come on, explain it. Now, this is the clip that went viral, is this lady in the gray outfit. She came on and just instantly tears this guy's asshole apart. She stretches Fly's ass full goatsy and does not let up. So she immediately lets the audience know that Fly makes out with his brother for internet attention and money online. Fly likes to claim that through kissing his brother, he makes millions, which is a full-blown fib. That is a super lie. There is no way he and his brother have generated millions of dollars through them constantly making out in those videos. Nobody wants to see that disgusting shit. The only reason the Island Boys did make money is because they were paid for appearances so people could clown on them. And the people that watch them solely to make fun of them. They are a public spittoon that people like spitting on. So they made a lot of money through that. Not through the incest that they used to like to film for content online. He definitely hasn't made millions from making out with his brother.
If you made millions off of it, wouldn't you do it again?
Because look, to be honest with you, like she said, I had fake chains on.
You said is my chain fake.
And to be honest with you, listen, I wouldn't. Okay, if I was to walk past by you at the mall, I would. Well, I don't go to malls, but I wouldn't even look at you.
Thank God.
He can't even process a question. The host said, why wouldn't you do that anymore, Fly, about making out with his brother? Explain why you put the kibosh on that. And it didn't register at all. He completely forgot that that ever existed because his brain is so fucking poisoned from drugs and lean and whatever else. So he completely forgot about that and then said, like, because she talked about me having fake chains. So you stopped kissing your brother because she came in here and said that you have fake chains? What are you talking about, you fucking weirdo? You absolute degenerate scumbag weirdo. And then he's like, if I passed you in a mall, actually I don't go to malls. I don't go to malls. But if I pass by you, I wouldn't look at you.
I mean, you're my height. You're scrawny. You're skinnier than me. You wear a size small. You made out with your brother. Everyone thinks you're Jeffrey Epstein's son. Like, I mean, good job.
Okay.
You're looking for your third baby mother because the first two you couldn't keep?
My third baby mama. Why,
No?
Why would I? Why
I
would,
mean, why are you on a
why-
2v1?
wait,
I'm just asking.
Because
you
I
could
was
have just
because
introduced
I was
yourself.
asked to. Okay.
You could have just introduced yourself.
Just
though.
listen.
If you're gonna be rude, I'll be rude too.
Bro, just listen. Look.
Okay, now I'll
Okay,
listen.
listen. You look like you're from Minnesota.
Okay, and you look like you're 5'2".
Okay, that's fine.
Do you have like booster shoes?
No, I don't have
Do you have a
booster shoes.
booster seat for when you drive?
I like his shoes though. I ain't gonna lie though. I like
His
his
shoes
shoes
are
though.
hard, but they have a little extra height option.
Why are we all playing around about his shoes looking hard? They are not. That looks like some shit I would have worn when I was 8 years old with the little light up things on the bottom of your shoes where it gives like little RGB gamer lights when you take steps. That looks like what he's wearing. He is wearing bedazzled fucking combat boots with 5-inch heels on them. They are not cool. And she is absolutely right. This guy is a loser, and she is just saying that directly to his face, insulting him, and it just looks like he is in a state of blue screening in the brain, like he is just constantly blue screened. He can't grasp a thought, he can't talk, and he doesn't know what anyone's saying to him, it sounds like. I imagine what goes through his head is what went through Spike's head in that episode of Rugrats when you got the POV of Spike the dog, where anytime like the parents were talking to Spike, it was "Abuga Spike." Like that's what I imagine the island boy hears anytime someone speaks to him.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I spend a lot of money on my
That's
drip.
great. That's awesome. I saw you shopping
But-
at Lululemon the other day.
Dude, at
That was great.
Lululemon, it was for a girl.
Okay, good.
Girl, I have a mansion. I have a
That's
nice car.
rented on Airbnb?
I have a nice car.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay.
Good job.
And you're broke as
Okay, yes. Did kissing your brother get you the mansion?
girl. To be honest, you need to dye your hair black
Okay.
because you look
Black?
Yes, because you look emo.
Okay, now I'm emo.
Yeah, not you're
I'm emo 'cause you kissed your brother?
Your teeth are yellow.
Okay, that's fine. I can get them fixed, but you can't unkiss your brother.
Okay. Bro, why am I talking to this stupid?
It's like he's about to cry. That one he understood. That one penetrated his infinity layer of stupidity that surrounds his body. That one made it through. That insult landed, and he is not happy. Jiminy Christmas, just listening to him, though, his insults. Your teeth are yellow. You should dye your hair black because you're emo. Like, how do you even take someone like that seriously? It's so pathetic. It's like it's almost pitiful. Like I almost feel bad for him if he wasn't just such an insufferable douchebag asshole.
Because you kept talking. I kept responding.
Girl, I'm better than you.
You're not. You're my height.
My status is better than you.
Says who?
Okay.
You're famous for what? You get clowned on the internet for fun. Good job. You're famous for getting laughed at.
What do you want to be?
Oh, Jinkies, she is so right. Their entire legacy, their entire existence is just to be laughed at. They are just a laughing stock, and they have made some money off of just being those clowns. He is not better than her. Like he likes to try and pretend that he's better than everyone he interacts with and his status is so much better. But she's right. He's just someone that people can't help but point and laugh at because they're fucking losers.
Sienna, what do you want to be when you grow up?
I don't know. But when I grow up, I don't want to make out with my brother, and I want to keep my husband. I don't want to have 3 baby mamas.
Watch, now she gets stuck. What car?
I didn't get stuck. I just responded.
What car do you drive?
Why does it matter what car I drive? I'm a woman. You're a man. So why are you bag checking me? Can you not compete with a man? Do you feel like insecure competing with men?
No, to be honest with you,
Okay.
I do this all the time.
Oh, you compete with girls all the time? I know. You argue with women a lot on the internet. I see that.
Brutal. Just absolutely brutal. She is just spanking him over and over and over again. and anytime Fly tries to get any sentence out, he keeps stumbling over his words and just bumbling them. So then the host steps in to try and like steer it a little more, but even the host then just starts sarcastically making fun of Fly too, and Fly is too fucking dumb to recognize that everyone in this facility is insulting him and making fun of him, laughing at him.
Oh, I think we getting confused. Sienna, look, listen.
Nice to meet you, though.
Just by looking at Fly, if you had to rate him 1 through 10, what would you rate him?
Listen. To be honest with you,
is your brother taller?
He's my twin.
So no, they're both short. I don't know. He's like a 4.5. You know, his personality brings it down.
Sienna, he got some drip on though. You know the drip.
The outfit is cool.
He's
but the
drippy.
personality
Bro,
brings
I don't
it down.
give a about my outfit.
I'm so glad.
I don't. To be honest with you.
So now the host and Sienna are kind of just like bonding here over talking about Fly and also talking over him too, because I feel like no one wants to hear him get these fucking words out that he's struggling through. So now they're just talking over him and about him and laughing at him.
What went wrong, bro? What happened?
Bro, to be honest with you, if this was to go viral, it's because of me. And to be honest with you,
you ain't like her?
No, she's a fan. No.
Wait, hold on, Flash. Let her at least step up to the plate right quick.
The host has me laughing, man. I gotta be honest. He's like, okay, Fly, so what went wrong there? What's crazy is the host had to step in to even like have a conversation through Fly because he is completely incapable of talking to human beings. So the host was really the one talking with Sienna. And then, you know, he eventually breaks down and gets her to get out of there, you know, tells her scram, and then everyone, you can literally hear everyone in the studio laughing at the island boy. So now he's pouting, so now he's like crouched over, really upset, and he's got a little tantrum going on. So the next girl that steps up, he just instantly says, no, get out of here, no.
Immediately no? Is it because she made you mad, or is it like genuinely like no, just immediately?
Immediately no, to be honest with you.
Can I ask why?
She calls him out on it too, like, is it just because you're mad? Because of what happened there, where you just got absolutely fucking smacked down there like it was WWE? Is that what's going on here? He's like, no, it's just immediately no. It's just immediately no.
Because
you gotta introduce yourself. I don't think he's ever had like some nice chocolate in his life. Like, you know what I'm saying? He done experienced the white, the Hispanic. Fly, what you know about chocolate, bro?
I fucked a black girl before, and to be honest with you, she just played NBA YoungBoy, and she just.
I don't even listen to that. I don't listen to most rapper trap music. My name's Mila, by the way.
Okay. I also don't like your name.
He's such a fucking loser. It's crazy. Like you could not write or create a bigger loser of a character in a show, right? Like a cartoon couldn't make someone this pathetic. It goes against conventional wisdom that he exists in the current state that he does. He is shockingly pathetic. And I couldn't watch the whole thing. It was just too painful just listening to him. So I skipped to the end because the title says Gone Wrong, and I wasn't sure if it was about him just getting roasted all the time or if there was something like that went crazy. And I think it refers to how it ends, which is him basically just walking off. I think he finally started to recognize that no one there respects him. No one there takes him seriously. He is a fucking joke. So then he eventually storms off.
That looking cool.
I would paint you.
That's hard.
I don't really need your paint because it's not gonna do nothing for me.
Okay.
So, right, you good, you straight, go.
He said you good.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might have to get that painting in. Hold on, we might have to see that painting.
I'm out of this bitch.
No. Wait, can I go next? Can I go next
I'm
at
out.
least?
Can I go in your car?
What do you mean, can you go in their car? What about your car? Don't you drive something super nice, Fly? I have to imagine you're rolling around in some kind of Ferrari or a Lambo or something, right, dude? From all the millions you made making out with your brother? Why are you trying to bum a ride off of someone in the studio? That's not very hard, especially when half of what he said throughout this was about his money and his status. It's a little weird and peculiar. But yeah, that's kind of where it ends. It then just goes on to like behind the scenes shots of him just like waddling his way around and people laughing at him. It's yeah, I mean that's kind of the whole 20v1 there on the island, boy. What an adventure. What a journey. That shit was something special. I had to yap about it. That's about it. So yeah. This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations, including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There is even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power, and in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, if she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there. considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, you know, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma. Give him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by. Because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, you know, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be there very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs. So turn around for me. You have to put me in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers' necks to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
You know we're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience for the child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program. And they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for. So that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, you know, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. I don't know you, but I know enough to guess with a high level of confidence that you've been angry before. Unless I got the Dalai Lama watching or something, I bet there have been moments in your life where you've been fuming, extremely angry. It's natural. It's normal. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, earlier today, I was angry. I was driving and a spider went across my windshield. And it was a rather large spider. This puppy was set to Wumbo. And I don't have arachnophobia or anything, but I don't like them. And I certainly don't like them on my windshield. So, I pulled over and in my cup holder had a receipt. So I thought, that'll be good enough. I'll just blast it with the receipt. And as I go to do that, it hits me with like a running back move. It hits me with like a double sidestep and then jumps on my arm. Then I fucking freak out and start like slapping my arm and screaming like a maniac. And I can't find the spider anymore. That makes me frown. It makes me angry. I'm sure there's plenty of things that have made you angry. But have you ever been so angry that you light a 1.2 million square foot warehouse on fire and will most likely spend many, many years behind bars for it and film the whole thing for Instagram? Probably not, I would say. Most likely no. But I did just hear of someone who did. And it is a fascinating story because the anger makes sense. Like the reason why this employee was angry, I think a lot of people can understand. But drastic measures like this did nothing except ruin his life.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
This is a Kimberly-Clark warehouse that apparently served 50 million people. It was located in California, and a disgruntled 29-year-old employee filmed these videos, posted them on Instagram of him lighting it on fire, and it completely fucking torched it. It like incinerated this whole facility. Pretty fucking stupid plan. Extremely dangerous. Could have easily killed people in the warehouse. The fire could have spread outside of the warehouse as well. It's California. California fires, like, that spreads a lot. This could have caused so much more damage, destruction, and death in this, like, raging inferno that he created here.
Again, thankfully, nobody was injured in that fire. No firefighters or none of the employees. They were all evacuated safely.
So, Nick, we should note you were just listening in on that news conference. That's why we couldn't go right to you. So this employee, a 29-year-old, did they say what he did there at that plant?
It's unclear exactly what he did. What we know is that they house lots of Kimberly-Clark products here. Again, this is a 1.2 million square foot warehouse here. So very large space filled with products. We know that they load the trucks up and distribute them. We don't know specifically what that man did.
I feel like we have some strong evidence to what that man did. He filmed it himself. I'm surprised it wasn't streamed on Kick. This has become a very common phenomenon where people film or stream themselves committing crimes, in this case, arson. So he made it very clear what he was doing and why, the motive. He was upset with the pay, saying that all they had to do was pay him enough to fucking live. Which is a very real problem, something I have yapped about for years, about how so many jobs right now in the country don't actually pay their employees a livable wage. And as things keep getting more and more expensive, it's not like the pay is being risen to try and help them, enable them to live. It is a huge problem. But the solution this guy cooked up in his noodle is not the optimal play, because now all he's going to do is land himself in jail. He's not going to be getting paid there. And on top of that, all of the workers at that warehouse, they are now out of work for who knows how long, and maybe they get canned because of it. I mean, this is a huge warehouse. This is going to take a long time to rebuild and get all that inventory and stuff back. Maybe they just start laying off employees that were working there. So now he has also ruined other people's income on top of that. So it's not exactly like the best plan that he's cooked up here, as shocking as that is to hear that arson didn't save the day. It is an issue. His anger is understandable, but this didn't do anything to solve it. It's not like that this company is all of a sudden going to have a come to Jesus moment like, oh, we didn't know that by underpaying our employees, it would make them frustrated. But now that an entire 1.2 million square foot warehouse been burnt down because of our folly, we will change our ways. We now see the light. Our third eye is open. Enlightenment. Time to raise everyone's pay. It's just not going to happen.
Do is pay us enough to live.
Chilling video posted online by the suspect appears to show the moment a massive warehouse fire was deliberately set.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Investigators say the man behind the camera is 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Kareem.
He was believed to be an employee of Kimberly-Clark. However, it is confirmed that he is an employee of NFI Industries, the third-party distributor of Kimberly-Clark.
Officials say he had posted grievances online before igniting the Ontario, California warehouse on fire.
Now, I've actually seen people applauding this, saying that they need to start a GoFundMe ASAP so that way they can donate to him because he's a hero. He's standing up to capitalism. Finally, enough is enough. We need more of this across the country. That's fucking ridiculous. That's like actual dangerous, stupid brain. Like, people are saying, oh, wah, 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 crying over all this lost product from, billion-dollar corporation, that kind of thing. I don't know how people can be so, out of tune with reality. It's not even about, lost products or anything. It's about how easily people could have died in that, how it could have spread way beyond just that warehouse, and how this doesn't even really affect the company all that much. They have insurance. You know who this actually affects? Is the employees that are most likely going to be out of work here while this facility is out of commission and under maintenance, so they're going to be out income, and he just threw his whole life away for this, and it's not going to do anything to actually help people get a livable wage from this company or anything like that. It's just reckless, dangerous, jeopardizing tons of people's lives and safety and the area around him. This could have caused a huge fucking problem. Like I said, it's California. Wildfires spread wider than Kash Patel's butt cheeks. In that area, this could have easily spiraled way out of control, way beyond just that warehouse as well. This is just not something anyone should be Anyway, there is something other people have pointed out as a very surprising element to the fire itself, that a warehouse of this size housing this much supply, apparently this accounts for 3% of West Coast volume for toilet paper in particular, from what I was reading. I don't know if that's confirmed or how true that is, but it is a huge facility that houses a lot of paper product. And one thing people were noting is that the fire suppression system didn't really do a whole lot to stop this. And I was doing a bit of digging because they definitely have a fire suppression system. I don't know if they maintain it, maybe it was malfunctioning. From what I read, it apparently was working. But because he started multiple fires in multiple locations, it just wasn't effective at stopping the spread. So that's how it was able to get so out of control. And also, apparently the alarms were working because they were able to get the employees out. So I do feel like the systems were functioning how they were supposed to. It's just must have started a lot of fires that overwhelmed whatever system they have there. Or maybe they just don't have the best system there. I couldn't tell you, but I saw this earlier today, and I just had to yap about it. It was fucking crazy to see. And the fact that he filmed all of it, gathered his own evidence against himself, and freely posted online, that's become so common now. People love to film their own crimes. And this is probably like the biggest display of that I've seen so far. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. In fact, cards on the table, Charles White passed away 30 years ago, and what you've been seeing is AI working the corpse like a puppet, Weekend at Bernie's style. Brock, put Charles in a bikini. This concept actually isn't that far-fetched. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours about Meta's patent on AI that can run a dead person's account, continuing to post and chat on their behalf, and even replicating online behavior and video calls. It can do messaging and video calls. So even though the person is deceased, their online behavior will carry on as if nothing is wrong. So if someone did just mysteriously die, from a fucking fart overdose or whatever, you may never know because AI could then just assume control of the account and continue to post as though everything was fine, even doing video calls. It is a terrifying idea. And it's not that new. This is actually something I talked about quite a while ago because they have tinkered around with this idea for a while about what to do when someone either abandons social media or dies. Because in both of these camps, that's a problem for the social media platforms because now they're down a user. But with AI, they don't have to be. They can continue to have the idea of a user. So the filing was granted in December but submitted in 2023, and the language model can replicate a person's online behavior using their past data, which, again, I think everyone is privy to. I think everyone knows that AI is constantly studying your shit and will do its best to put on your fucking skin suit and pretend that it's you if given the directive to do so. As reported by Business Insider, this includes posts, comments, chats, voice messages, likes, and other interactions, allowing the system to respond to content, publish updates, or message other users in a way that mirrors the original account holder. According to the patent, the model may be used for simulating the user when the user is absent from social networking system, including cases where the person is on a long break or deceased, and the filing notes that the impact is much more severe and permanent if the user has died and cannot return to the platform. What a delightful idea. So if you're taking a long break from social media, don't worry. AI can just take over and replicate you. So that way everyone can continue to get your fucking silly, goofy updates and, think everything's all sunshine and rainbows for you. You don't have to worry. Even though you're taking a social media break, why not post through it with the power of AI? Or if you're dead, why not let AI become you online? That seems like a great idea. And this kind of pitch, again, isn't that new. There is other companies that have proposed similar ideas for like the grieving process. So when a relative passes away, AI has, and this has actually been used before, unfortunately, AI has been used to make a clone of them in the, fucking digital cyberspace. So, your beloved Meemaw passes away, and AI can come in and mint her on the fucking blockchain. Turn that bitch into an NFT or something that can talk to you and pretend as though she's still there. Which I think is just so twisted. I think that is so fucked up. And like I said, that has been done before and is probably going to be done more often because these are some slimy, shady companies and these parasitic vultures latch on to this kind of thing to try and exploit it. So there are companies that are trying to utilize AI in order to capitalize off the death of someone by injecting themselves into the grieving process and offering a solution. What if we bring them back from the dead for you so you don't have to move on? They can always be with you. Well, at least for as long as you can fork over the clams to afford the subscription, right? Now, as I said, it is something that's been done before, and probably the most notable case that maybe you've heard of was last year when an Arizona man was shot dead in road rage, and AI was used to bring him back to address the killer and forgive the killer. It was used in an actual legal proceeding, by the way. It's a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been good friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do. And it was effective, too. The judge fucking loved it. He was suckling from the titty. I loved that AI, Judge Lang said, describing the video's message as genuine. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are, and as justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness. And I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciated it. But so did I. Do I even really need to dive into how scary that is? I shouldn't even need to. I'm going to just respect your intelligence as a thinking being to connect the dots on why something like this is a fucking horrible thing, especially in this setting, a legal proceeding. And now you have the judge glazing it. That's some unnecessary dick riding right there. That's a 15-yard penalty. Actual lunacy. Now, to go back to the main subject of the video about this patent that would allow AI to replicate a deceased person, it's worth mentioning that even though the patent is granted, it doesn't mean that they are proceeding with this. According to them, which you gotta take with a huge, fucking colossal, ginormous grain of salt, they say they're not pursuing it. They say that they're not, like, really exploring this, all that in depth or anything. And even according to an older interview from Mark Zuckerberg, he said, if someone has lost a loved one and is grieving, there may be ways in which being able to interact or relive certain memories could be helpful, and noted that the technology could become unhealthy. That's an understatement there. It would 1000% be unhealthy. It's not an uncertainty. It is unhealthy. And I don't fully buy the idea that they're not actually pursuing this because it's very lucrative. There are no doubt tons of grieving families that have, suddenly experienced loss that would absolutely pay money for a service like this. And these companies know that. There is no low AI won't sink to. So I fully expect in not too far into the future, this to be like a normal thing that AI is being used for. It's something that I think they'll start actively peddling because there is going to be tons of clients for it. Just look where we are in the current day and age here with AI. There are people that fully delude themselves into believing that it's real, and even the ones that know it's not real don't care because it's feeding them exactly what they want to hear, so they become obsessed with it. There are people that have killed themselves over AI, and there are people that have chosen to make AI their soulmate. Like, just recently, ChatGPT 4.0, right? They shut down 4.0, and there is a massive community of people that have fallen in love with ChatGPT 4.0 and now are rebelling. Like, there's a huge uprising about the injustice here from OpenAI for shutting down their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Like, they've, to them, killed their lover, and they are pissed about it. And that's today. Imagine where this will be in a few years. So I do really believe that these companies are absolutely going to start making this service a real thing, and I think it's horrible. I think this does nothing to help a grieving individual or a family or anything like that. All it does is prey upon them at their most vulnerable moment and financially gain from others' tragedy here by presenting them with the solution. Here's how you heal, by believing that this AI is your deceased loved one. Now form a fixation and pay us forever. Because if you don't, well, they're going to die again. That is just so sick to me. I think there is no good in that at all. There is no positives to that. And there's certainly no positives to having AI replicate someone's online behavior in order to pretend like they're still around. That's so fucking stupid. And if you want to go a step forward, it can be used as an incredibly diabolical tool. Like, let's say, for example, a chemical outbreak or something leads to the death of an entire, small town. And, well, the responsible party, that's going to be a real big blemish for them. That's going to be a huge problem. Well, thanks to AI, you can now just have AI come in and replicate the online behavior of every single one of those people, and no one would know they're all dead. Like people on the outside have no fucking idea what happened over there, unless of course they physically went to location or something. But yeah, obviously that one's a little more out there, but you see what I'm saying. Legitimately, there is no benefits to having AI pretend to be someone that is dead. To pretend like they're still alive and posting and doing video calls and chats and interacting with online content, posting their own content. That shit is just terrible. There is nothing good that comes from it. And even though they say that they're not actively pursuing it, I still think they eventually will. They have the patent for it. I imagine they'll probably start moving on it if they're not already. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. You know something? I was thinking, having thoughts, as many do. And it occurred to me that it's been a long time since I've given like a video game review. I'm still reviewing movies out the wazoo. I'm seeing trash that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy, like The Strangers Chapter 3. But when it comes to new video game reviews, I've abandoned it. It's like I went to the store to get cigarettes and never came home. And that's mainly because with the gaming channel now, my thoughts on games kind of live there, but I haven't done like a full review on a game in a while. And I wanted to change that. A new game just came out and I recently finished it after about 28 hours. And that is 28 hours well spent. That is like 28 hours of euphoria right there. I'm talking 28 hours of soft, warm ball fondling is how this game made me feel. Nioh 3. Now, I'm a huge fan of the Nioh franchise. I've sung its praises for years. I have always glazed it. And even recently on the gaming channel, I uploaded a full Nioh 1 and 2 playthrough, a cumulative 30 hours worth of content I dropped, played all off stream, just to get excited again and get ready for Nioh 3. And I am happy to say Nioh 3 did not disappoint. I also just uploaded a 24-hour long video for my Nioh 3 playthrough. And I plan on doing more playthroughs because the game is just that good. Now, first things first, Nioh 3 is a Souls-like, and I know for a lot of people that's starting to carry a negative connotation now due to saturation. We're seeing tons of low-effort Souls-likes getting farted out every single day on Steam. Just throwaway asset-flipped garbage like my substitute English professor found a Shingon Wu and killed the Demon Lord. And like everything is integrating Souls-like elements into games now, so a lot of people are getting a bit tired of it. Myself included. There are a lot of lazy Souls-likes that I've played over the last year or so, but Nioh 3 is not. This is one of the best Souls-like games you can find. This franchise is among the best the genre has to offer. And Nioh 3, I think, is probably the most mechanically deep of the franchise so far. It has so many systems. And for some people, maybe that's a bit overwhelming. But I think it's just glorious. Playing Nioh into Nioh 2 and then immediately into Nioh 3, I'm loving the direction they took it. I think it was a great evolution. Of course, it's not without some problems, most notably performance. I think that is by far the biggest blemish Nioh 3 has at the moment. Throughout my 28 hours, I did have some stuttering, some popping in, and just some general performance issues and some bugs throughout the playthrough, but nothing that I thought was like, game ruining or anything. On console, I've heard it's a bit worse, but I played on PC, and I did still have performance issues, so that is definitely an issue. But for me, it didn't ruin the game. And there are a couple of other things that I think were a bit weaker than previous Nioh entries, but I'll get to them in a moment. I want to talk about some of the big changes. The biggest change, obviously, being the open world, or more accurate to say, pseudo-open world. You explore regions through eras. And traveling through eras, you get an open world experience where you can freely travel around, fight some formidable foes out there in the world, bosses, or do side quests, get more lore, collect kodamas, which give you blessings, which can increase your stats or increase the efficacy of the elixirs. You can find other certain things like skills out in the world, which is a really cool idea where basically through exploration, you get stat bonuses, you find things that'll help make you stronger, or you find things that'll help with your drop rates. You fight bosses that'll sometimes drop some really interesting gear. There's Jijiko out there that you can snipe, and if you do, you pet a little animal and he'll give you another unique skill. There is just so much in the pseudo-open world. It feels very alive. Like, it doesn't feel like a chore to explore it, and it's not so big that you're just going through, like, fucking 10 minutes of just idly running, doing nothing. There is always enemies to fight, things to find. So it was never boring traversing the pseudo-open world. And notably, I am someone that has often said that this insistence for every game to have an open world is just an excuse to like pad out game time and just kind of lazily have players just traveling around doing chores. In like, you know, the classic Ubisoft open world formula, that kind of eye-rolling garbage. Neo 3, I never got that feeling. Even though there is like enemy base capture that you can do, it's not like the bulk of the open world experience. There's like a few bases you can capture if you want to, and you get like good loot for it, of course. But there's just so much to do in the open world, and so much to find, and so many ways of using the open world to cater to your build. And there are endless builds that are viable and fun. I'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, the biggest change probably to the Neo formula is this open world approach now, and I think they did a good job with it. Previously in Neo 1 and 2 it was mission based, so this is a big deal. They do still have missions here. You can do them through battle scrolls, so you can do like specific missions, so it's not like completely done away with, but the bulk of it's going to be through these open world experiences through the eras. And for me, I thought it was good. Now, I briefly touched on builds. Let's talk about that, because I think that's where most players are going to be very, very, very pleased. If you've never played a Neo game and you're thinking about giving Neo 3 a shot, I think you're really in for a fucking treat if you're someone that enjoys min-maxing and getting like extremely wacky and silly with build ideas, because this game has so much depth. I could gush and grannies for hours about how much you can do here to cater a playstyle to whatever you think is fun. So like for me, I changed it a few times. What I ended up on, my final build, was mainly through Tonfas, mainly on Ninja stance. So another big change here is there's two stances. You have Samurai and Ninja, and they play very differently. Samurai is the traditional Neo gameplay where you have low, medium, high stance, and you now have like some deflect options, and you have like martial arts that you can use, and you can make a build around martial arts. Like for me, for a while I was using an Odachi and mainly doing ground sweeper, and I built around beefing up my martial arts, and I used set bonuses from the Crimson General set. Like, there are just, the point I'm making, I'm getting immediately into the nitty gritty here. You can do so much with your builds in this game, because you have two stances to play around with, and you seamlessly transition between them. Mid-combo, you can go from Samurai to Ninja, mid-combo, and just start schmooving and slapping around on the bad guys. It's fucking amazing. And on Ninja stance, it plays completely different from Samurai. So you're attacking faster, you're using less ki, and now instead of like deflecting, you're mainly looking to be dodging, using Mist. So they introduced something called Mist, where in the middle of a combo or at the end of a combo, you will mist, which will then make a little decoy as you dodge away from the enemy, and then you can continue your combo. And on Ninja stance, there's a lot of weapons and a lot of builds that revolve around aerial combat, like getting enemies in the air or attacking from the air. It's so fucking good. Like, there are so many things you can do for builds in this game, and of course, just like in Neo 1 and 2, the enemies are squirting loot. This game pisses out loot. And even the loot that isn't catered to your build, you go, you dismantle it, you soul extract it, you get materials for it, so then you can craft gear. You can fine-tune gear that you craft to fit your build, giving you the bonuses you're looking for, or whatever element you're looking for on it. There's just so much depth. I could go on and on for so long about how deep these mechanics and systems are. So I was very pleased with just how much meat there is on the bones here. But there is one area, one very notable area here that they definitely fumbled on. Just full stop, no way of sugarcoating, fumbled on. Soul Cores. Soul Cores were introduced in Neo 2, and they were hype as fuck in Neo 2. Soul Cores are dropped by enemies, and you put them into your character, and in Neo 2 they function where when you do the command to use the Soul Core, you become that defeated enemy, and they do an attack. So they're used to help you in a fight, and they'll help like break an enemy or whatever you're using for utility or damage, whatever, depending on the Soul Core, of course. In Neo 3, the Soul Cores don't function that way at all. It's completely different. They did an overhaul, and boy howdy did they fucking fall flat on their face. I think this was a full-blown miss. So now when you use a Soul Core in Neo 3, you don't turn into that enemy or anything. Now your Soul Cores have slots where it's a yin and the yang position, and if you put a Soul Core in the first position, it gives you some bonuses, so you can of course cater it to your build. Depending on what you want, you'll put a Soul Core that has corresponding bonuses. And when it's in that position, you can summon that enemy. So what you do is you fucking hold out your hand and, I summon this yokai. And then he goes out there and he does his move. And it's underwhelming. Like, I don't love that. I liked when you turned into it and unleashed the move yourself. It was pretty cool, and you could use it mid-combo, whereas here, you have to stop everything, halt what you're doing in order to say, Pikachu, I choose you, and get him out of your Pokeball. And if you put a Soul Core in the other position, you then get, like a talisman. This is where you get your classic Neo talismans like Carnage, Sloth, Weakness, that kind of thing, as well as, of course, a bunch of new things like Water Familiar, Talisman, stuff like that. It comes from these Soul Cores. They give you those when you put them in the other position. And I just find this to be a huge downgrade. I thought the way Soul Cores functioned in Neo 2 was fantastic. And I would have liked to see them flesh out that idea more, of integrating them into the fight itself, as opposed to then just kind of sidelining it to be like, here's a summon that you can use if you're doing nothing else. And also, this is where you're going to get like your talismans from. Like, I can kind of see what the goal was, like the idea. I just don't think it's as good as it was in Neo 2. Like, I don't think it needed that kind of change. Like, I just don't think they nailed it when it came to Soul Cores. But most other things I do think are extraordinary. Like, I really do think they've done a great job on the whole. There's just a few hiccups like that. It is so fucking addicting to just be tinkering around with build ideas, noodling on certain things, and just trying to come up and cook up the optimal build for your play style. And what's extremely nice, a big quality of life change here, respecking is free. At any time you can change your stat distribution, you can change your skills where you put those, and just redo it. So if you commit to a build and you're not really loving it, just fucking respec. It's free, it's instant, it's not a headache or anything, so you can constantly be experimenting. It seemed like the focus on Neo 3 was go wild, create crazy builds, fucking break the game, just have a hoot and a holler, and I really appreciate that. But a consequence of that, consequence is a word I'm using very loosey-goosey, is the game is easier. So Neo 1 and 2 built up a reputation of being punishing, brutal, like a cheek-clapping experience that a lot of people maybe just set the controller down and never revisited. Neo 1 and 2 for a lot of players was extremely challenging to the point of being unfun. Neo 3 is definitely easier, which I'm not the biggest fan of because I always enjoy the challenge of Souls-like games. But I wouldn't say Neo 3 is like, a fucking cakewalk. I didn't steamroll through everything. In fact, there was a boss that took me like 20-something tries to beat. So like there are tough fights in here, but compared to Neo 1 and 2, it is easier, and that's something hardcore Neo fans have been very vocal about, being disappointed that it seems to be more catered towards casuals in regards to its difficulty. But I would argue that it's not to the detriment of the game. I feel like the reason why Neo 3 is easier than Neo 1 and 2 is because you get stronger earlier. In Neo 1 and 2, you start fucking pitiful. You start coughing baby. Whereas in Neo 3, you start hydrogen bomb. Like, you are already strong from the jump. Which I think is fun. I think that's exciting. It doesn't bother me that much. And I also think because there is so much versatility to these builds and so many like ways of weaving these stances together with combos and martial arts, you just have so many more tools to be strong that you can just break enemies. You can just fucking slap enemies around. So I don't think it being easier is like the worst thing in the world, but it is something that I wanted to mention for sure. And also, a criticism that's existed of Neo since the first game is enemy variety. That doesn't change in Neo 3. The enemy variety's lackluster. You're going to be seeing the same enemies over and over and over and over again. Like, you're going to get more familiar with the enemies in this game than you are your own fucking parents. You see them all the time, and there's not a huge cast of them. So, enemy variety, definitely lacking. Do I think it's the biggest deal in the world? No, but I mean, come on. For 2 games, people have been talking about enemy variety, and now you have, like, a pseudo-open world. This would be a great opportunity to, like, silence that criticism by just introducing more enemies, which obviously easier said than done, but it is, once again, something that is lacking here. But anyway, I think the game is a must-play for anyone who likes action games. Just in general, action games. I said the same thing for Neo 1 and 2, and I'm saying it again for Neo 3. I think this is truly a must-play action game. I don't have a whole lot to say about the story. I'm not going to dive deep into the story because it's not the best story, but it's a fun story. Like, it's a story where you're going through the ages here, beating yokai to death, and you're getting, like, bits and pieces of actual history mixed with myth. It's enjoyable, albeit at times completely nonsensical. So what? I don't think that's a big deal. It's fun, and it's always compelling, and the boss fights, very fun. I think there was a couple weak bosses that, weren't the most fun to fight, like they were kind of boring, but on the whole, I think they fucking crushed it on most bosses, and you get to see some familiar faces come back from bosses if you're doing some of the side quests, which was nice. That was cool to see them make a return. I think the bosses are going to shine. I think people are going to really enjoy most of the boss fights, and I just think most people will really like this game. I think Neo 3 is fantastic. I've absolutely loved my time with it. 28 hours well spent, and I'm excited to do more playthroughs. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I heard a name today that I haven't heard in many moons. Had me feeling like Robin Williams when he crawled out of Jumanji asking what year it is. That name? James Charles.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help." I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job.
What a yucky douchebag. This is like cartoon villain level evil monologue here. "Oh, no money, huh? No money? Bang! Shrink ray! Now you're short too," like that kind of thing. It's so over the top, stinking, oozing assholery. I cannot believe his delusional mind thought this was a good idea or like a strong look or a worthwhile dunk to be punching down on someone who's already fallen on hard times after losing their job. And they reached out to you in this desperate situation because clearly they have an appreciation of you. So they threw the Hail Mary, seeing what happens. I doubt they were expecting this kind of response. Now, of course, there is always the chance that it is fraudulent. There are so many fake GoFundMes out there, so there's always a chance that all of it is fucking fiddlesticks. It could all be baloney. I have no way of knowing that. I only have James Charles fucking Gangnam styling on this person and insulting them for it to go on, which leads me to believe that it might be real, because if it was just fake, obviously just a sham, why would he even be bothering to crash out for over 2 minutes about it? So I'm going to work under the assumption that this is a real person that has reached out about it. You could have just not responded. Like, that was also an option. You didn't need to come over here and start, like, spitting and dunking on him. Like, how dare you even message me asking for help? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm James Charles, goddammit. And is there anything ickier than someone that has a job like James Charles telling someone else to get a job, preaching that they need to get a job? Brother, this former Spirit Airlines worker is a 10 times harder worker and has done 10 times as much labor as you ever have in your life. James Charles' entire career has been just farting out dog shit products and posting cringe videos, and he couldn't even do that without also trying to sext minors. So how dare you try and tell an actual hardworking American to go get a job as if you've done anything worthwhile and you've done like actual work? You got the easiest fucking job in life. You got dealt a very lucky hand, bro. This is so tasteless. It's so crude. Coming from James Charles, of all people. So you've never been in a desperate financial situation. Great. Group hug in the shower tonight, James. Glad you've never gone through a financial struggle. This person is. And they desperately tried to reach out to you, and there's no obligation for you to try and, like, save them or anything. Obviously, there's no expectation of that, but they tried anyway because they're feeling in a rough spot. So they tried, and now you're insulting them and publicly trying to humiliate them for it. It's just so gross, bro.
Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help you?
There's no way the word entitled just left his lips. Right? No, I must have misheard that. There's no way he said that. James Charles did. He didn't use that word against somebody else, did he? It had to be an audio glitch. I'm gonna assume that there's no way his vocal folds would even let the word entitled leave his lips. Oh my god, the lack of self-awareness would probably cause his fucking head to combust. So I'm not even gonna bother touching on that one, holy. So let's instead look at the other stuff he said. He really highlighted that this person doesn't follow him. Who gives a fuck? There's plenty of people that I watch their stuff and engage in their content with without subscribing to them or following them on socials. That's pretty normal, actually. I don't know why he's like spiteful about that. So then he's using that to say like, oh, you must have sent this to like 100 other celebrities. Based on what, man? You're just making an assumption. You're just taking a guess. You don't know that. You could be the only person they reached out to about it because they really admired you and thought that maybe you could be that helping hand. Which again, there's no obligation for him to do, but why go this hard against them? This is fucking diabolical. And you have no idea if they've sent out job applications or not. Why are you speaking as though you're certain they haven't? They very well could have 100 job applications out there right now. The Spirit Airline layoffs are still pretty new. Getting a job right away is not like this, bro. I don't know how out of touch you are with reality and what's going on in the world around you. It doesn't happen lickety-split like that. So in the meantime, they are out income. And I imagine as a Spirit Airlines employee, they weren't rolling in dough, able to afford fucking mansions and stuff. They're probably wondering where next month's rent is going to come from in the meantime in between jobs. So they reached out to you in the interim. That would be my guess. You have no clue if they've sent out job applications. It takes a while.
You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm going to send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. You're in a much better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I fucking help you?
What is Dr. Doofenshmirtz even crashing out about at this point? He's having a conniption, blowing a gasket. Over what? What are you even yapping about? You're not even making a point anymore. You're trying to tell someone else how the real world functions when you yourself haven't been a member of the real world in like a fucking decade. You are so detached from the real world, yet you're over here lecturing them about it? It's absurd, bro. You couldn't write someone this out of touch and this unlikable. He's like the Starbucks CEO about the $9 coffee and the premium experience, but wrapped up in like an insufferable asshole influencer.
Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least like 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off. Okay, I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally going to be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees, and it's going to be the real life Hunger Games. The last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines plane gets to be the CEO of the new company and gets a house and a car and $10 million that everybody else dies.
Stop trying to make jokes. Like, actually, just please stop trying to make jokes, James. Put the kibosh on it right now. It's miserable listening to him try and inject humor into anything. Why did it piss you off? How does that piss you off? Yeah, 17,000 people lost their jobs here, man. That's 17,000 people that are now out income. I imagine a lot of them are feeling very similar ways to the person that reached out to you. This person just decided to try. They decided to throw a Hail Mary. Again, you could have just ignored it. Why did it piss you off? That's a fucking you problem, man. That is a weird response to it.
Like, go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I can at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really rare genetic disease that there is no cure for, and I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help. Maybe I would help because I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? Oh. What are we gonna do? Nothing! I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort into the workplace. Ah!
Hey, pal. You just blow in from Stupid Town? He really thought he cooked with this rant. So the impression here is that the only people in the world he cares about are people that, like, mindlessly support him through thick and thin forever. Here's a trillion DMs. Okay, now I care about you. So maybe if you had, like, a genetic disease where you were dying and you were about to just kick the bucket, I might consider spitting on you if you were on fire. I might, because you've proven that you're a fan. And those are the only people I care about. Those are the only human beings to me, are the fans. Then I would have cared. By the way, worth reminding you, there's nothing that says that she wasn't a fan, by the way, James, just because she didn't follow you or DM you before. What an awful perspective to have on people, huh? Again, you could have just not said anything about it, but you decided to make a whole show. You decided to go fucking hog wild on it. And man, do you look like a clown. Talking about hard work in the real world, two things that you are not someone to be lecturing anyone on. You don't work hard, and you are not in the real world. And that's one of, like, the biggest things, like, points he tries to make here. Get real. This person is just in a desperate spot, as a lot of people are and have been. And in those positions, sometimes people try a Hail Mary. That's what they did here. It clearly didn't resonate with you in any way, and for some reason really brought the demon out of you, James, for some reason. But I don't think they did anything wrong. Again, you could have just not said anything about it. And you have no idea if they are applying for jobs. It rarely happens overnight, especially currently. So in the meantime, having no income is scary and detrimental to actual working people, James. Most average workers can't just coast off of poop they shat out years ago like you can, just collecting paychecks off of the trash that you've peddled over the years passively. So in the meantime, they made this GoFundMe, they reached out to you, and then you had this ballistic response to it. And James did get dunked on for it, so he made an apology video.
This video was fucking stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely fucking unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day. But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it.
Put a shirt on. You don't need to get into formal attire, not asking you to put a suit and tie on, but could you do the bare minimum of at least putting on clothes? Why are you filming this video half awake in your hotel bed after a night of binge drinking and meth smoking? Like, you couldn't just do at least a tad bit more? Why do I have to watch you shirtless here, fucking like sleepwalk through your response?
And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know.
Ooh, I know. Pick me. I've got my hand raised. I know. It's because you are an egomaniac. It's because you are a self-centered, self-absorbed, narcissistic piece of shit, bro. That's why you did it. You thought that you were above this person, and you thought you could actually convince your audience that what they are doing is wrong and worthy of being shamed, and you tried to even spin it in a way like hard work, when you yourself are not the product of hard work. So you tried to puff out your chest about how much it takes to get back out there with the elbow grease, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, but the message falls flat because you, the messenger, are not that person. And you're also choosing someone who is going through a very real grievance, again, assuming all of this is a legitimate story and a legitimate person, which I have no reason to believe it's not, based on everything he's said. So, really, it was all a pile of dog shit, and you let your mask slip so people get to see even more about the real you, James. This is the real you.
My intention behind making this video in the first place was, I get a lot of messages like this every single day. And for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure sucks even fucking more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family. So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super fucking privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job. And I feel awful because that wasn't my intention and it really hurt a lot of people.
This is coming across very genuine here, James, as he's falling into slumber here. It feels like I'm watching a video of someone ODing. Why did you even film it like this, man? And also, I don't understand why it even upset him in the first place and why he says it sucks that people, treat me like an ATM. I get these random messages from people that obviously don't know anything about me and are just trying to hose me for cash. Like, yeah, that happens. That's annoying if you see it, but I guarantee most of the messages go to his management. I guarantee James doesn't see the vast majority of those, like, fake, reaching out for money type things. It's not like a telemarketer call. Telemarketers get a direct line to you, they call you, then they treat you like a little piggy bank for their trash product, and you know what happens there? You hang up. Here, these messages go into the fucking void. You'd have to go out of your way to find these, like, spam, scam, like, fraudulent things. Like, I don't understand why he's making it seem like, oh, it's so hard being me, James Charles, where people reach out and they don't even care because they're asking me for money. Again, I don't think you see most of them, and the ones you do see, just ignore. Like, it takes, like, actual split seconds. If he was making a point like, friends and family are always reaching out to me just for cash, they treat me like I'm not even a human anymore, I'm just a cash ATM for them, then I'd get it, because yeah, that sucks, that's horrible. That's not what he's saying. It's so weird, like his view on it, at least to me, I think it's weird. I'll sum up the next section where he tries to like relate to the average worker, saying that he knows how hard it is in today's job market. I know people looking for a job and it sucks, getting ghosted and stuff like that. So now he's saying like, oh, I get it. It's super, I relate. That's now his big thing that he's saying in this section. And then he goes on to talk about how he recognizes that he got really lucky with his makeup tutorials, so now he's got the position he's in, and now in his position he needs to learn how to humble himself.
And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry, especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too. I really appreciate anybody that sent me a message or left a comment about this video today, letting me know how insensitive it was. I really needed to hear that.
I was giggling so hard. He's going on like, okay, I really want to help now. I tried to find her message, but I fucking banished to the Shadow Realm somewhere along the way. I really want to help. I've learned my lesson. And then there's a cut, and then he's got the blanket pulled over him. He's tucking himself into bed. Why? It's so fake. It's so unbelievably fake.
And I really need to think twice before I hit record and just start yapping on this account. I genuinely treat this spam page like I'm on FaceTime with you guys. I love to laugh and tell you stories and rant and scream at the camera and joke around with y'all, but sometimes I genuinely forget how many people are watching, and it was completely inappropriate to make a joke out of somebody just trying to provide for themselves and their family. That's definitely my bad.
What joke did you make, man? It was just insulting them. It was just berating them for having the gall to try and reach out to you in any capacity during a hard time. Where was the haha? I don't know why he's saying it like that. Like, I just, I love to rant, I love to yap, I love to laugh, I love to joke, and, well, I just forgot that so many people like me and watch me, and this one came across bad. I shouldn't have been joking about this one. But you weren't joking, you were just insulting this person. What are you talking about? And it wouldn't have changed even if you had, like, a fraction of the people watching. You'd still be an asshole. Yeah, it'd still be fucking weird to have that response to it. So yeah, that's the James Charles stuff going on in a nutshell. I haven't heard that name in a long time, and it popped up today, and I had to watch that. What a wacky fucking rant. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, father, papa, dad. All words you might be familiar with to describe the man who helped carry you into this world. Not in his tummy, but in his sack. I call this man Charles Senior. That's my dad. And my father, for the last 2 years, has been working on a car project that I made a video about almost 2 years ago now. A 32 Ford, which is a very special car to him. He built it when he was like 16 years old with his dad, but ended up getting an offer he couldn't refuse and sold it. Since then, he's regretted it because it's a very hard thing to find all of the components for to build it again. 2 years ago, he did happen to stumble across a unicorn out there with a 32 that they could restore and basically build, not from the ground up, but, you know, somewhat close to it. Basically, what he wanted to do is recreate that build that he did when he was 16 years old, which was modeled after the American Graffiti 32 Ford. So for 2 years, my dad's been in the shop like fucking Frankenstein here, bringing back to life a monster, this 32 Ford Coupe. He teamed up with his buddy Joe, who has a shop in Orlando, and the two of them together have been working every single week for 2 years now to build the perfect 32 Ford Coupe from the American Graffiti movie. And it's finally complete, and they're very excited to show me, and I'm excited to show you 2 years of work with this 32 Ford.
Well, here we are, Joe. After 2 years, here's our masterpiece. What do you think?
I love it.
Huh?
I'm gonna take you on a tour of it in a moment, but yeah, my dad wanted the garage door reveal. I think he was probably expecting me to do some cinematic edits. He has far too much faith in my editing prowess, so the best you get is just the raw dump here. It looks so good, though. They did an amazing job, and my father was keeping me updated on all of the things him and Joe were doing every step of the way. They really did fundamentally rebuild the car. The only thing that kind of stayed the same from like what we initially purchased was like the body of the vehicle, but even that got some changes as well. The body is like one of the hardest parts to find, as I understand it. I think the body and the chassis were the two things that had the least changes to them, but this was a huge undertaking, and they did an amazing job. So it's loud. This puppy zooms too. This will get you around the block, point A to point B, lickety split, but it is louder than a motherfucker, and apparently in the version 1.0 they had, it was like 10 times as loud, to the point where it probably wouldn't even be street legal because it'd be blowing up eardrums and assholes. So they had to change even more about it, some alterations to quiet it up a little bit so it could actually be driven without just ruining everybody else's day. I don't think I have any footage of that one, but I do have 2 quick videos of it, like zooming around and how it sounds after they've changed it. You guys did a great job.
We love it.
We got the mana-free intake and the 4 2-barrel carburetors. What is it, Joe? 1968, 327?
68, 327.
So the only thing we didn't do to this 32 Ford, it's all original steel. The only thing we didn't do is chop the top 3 inches like the American Graffiti car, because Joe said, hell no, we ain't touching that car. That body's too nice in there, right?
You're
Joe?
too tall.
Walk over here, Joe. Get
You're too tall.
My dad is too tall, it makes me sick. He kept all the height for himself and selfishly refused to share any with his only son. Isn't that fucked up? He's 6'5", and look at me.
Joe, show him the interior. Show him what we got.
Well, we moved it. That's my pillow because I'm so short. I can't reach the clutch. But you got to understand, Charlie's 6'5", so we're building a car for a giant. And so we had to have headroom, and we have to have leg room for him. So this is I think it's an original bench seat.
It's the original 1932 Ford bench seat.
And we took the package tray's been removed, and we moved the seat as far back as we can get it so Charlie can feel comfortable. And then we ordered an offset shifter, so it moves the shifter towards the center of the car, basically. And we got blinkers and brake lights and stereo and electric fuel pumps. And
we got a completely powder-coated undercarriage front end. We got old finned brake drums from an old 53 Buick on the front, just like old nostalgia hot rod.
got a Ford 9-inch rear end.
Ford 9-inch in it?
It numbered out as a 71 station wagon, which is a heavy-duty Ford rear end.
And we changed the rear gear to 373, so she's got some giddy up.
Yeah.
But this is the finished product right here. So we just wanted to show everybody what
all the gauges work, right, Charlie? Even the fuel gauge works.
Everything's new, wiring harness is new, everything in the car is brand new. And it did take us, what, 2 years?
Right at 2 years.
Right at 2 years. Yeah, we got a, trunk's all upholstered. We got a big old built-in fuel tank right here we made. And car's done now, we're just going to drive it, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Have some fun with it.
Yeah, that's a mean looking car right there.
Tell you what.
So the next project is Joe has a 1932 Ford sedan, a chop sedan that we built. Get over here, Joe.
We built it in 99.
We built that car in 1999. It was a 427 blower motor in that car, and it was so fast, it was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, I lost control of it twice. So I finally pulled the motor out of it. Then I sold the body, and then I got the body rolling chassis back 13 years later.
Yep.
I sold it 13 years and it was gone.
Yep.
And so now we're going to put a small block in it and not make it so deadly. We got plans to put it back on the road. It's like this, but it's a sedan. It's a 4-seater instead of a 2-seater.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it's painted
purple.
Purple.
So that's it. The 32 project's done. That's the update. We'll move on to the next one.
Well, what was the hardest part of the build?
What do you think, Joe? Really, nothing much for me. One of the hardest.
Just to see what slowed us down was wiring.
Wiring?
Because him and I are just not good at wiring.
And we haven't done it in so long.
And my brother used to do it, my older brother, but he had some health problems and couldn't do it. So it ended up, my oldest son stepped forward, Dylan, and he wired it from front to back.
The other thing was we took our time, and I was doing a lot of searching on the internet trying to find the original parts that was on the American Graffiti movie car.
Like the bumper.
That's cool. The bumper that's on this car is an original 1973 Alfa Romeo front bumper guard, and that's what was on the American Graffiti coupe that was in the movie. So I actually found one from a guy in Michigan who had one brand new that he never put on his Alfa Romeo that he bought in 1973. And I bought it from him and he shipped it to me. So it's just shit like that we didn't want to rush into it, and we wanted to make it, as cool as we could with all the original
And then we
parts.
did a few changes, like the exhaust. When we first started it, God, it was loud. And Charlie's like, this thing's never going to go in my neighborhood. So we came up with a stainless exhaust idea. If you want to bring that over here, look. And we went through the bottom of the header and brought it in for the exhaust that goes underneath. This is underneath where his shoes are.
These are actually 12-inch muffler turnouts that has a baffle in it.
Yeah.
But it was even so loud with the baffles exhausting right here that I said to Joe, we gotta quieten this thing up. So what we did is we cut a hole in the bottom of the header. We got this crossover pipe going out under the car on each side. And we've got Flowmaster mufflers in the back, and it's actually exhausting out the side, but it looks like it's exhausting right here on the side. It's exhausting out the back. And what we did is we welded a plug inside of this muffler, so it's capped the exhaust off, so it's exhausting out the back. Now, if I ever want to really make noise and really upset everybody,
we can slide them off.
We just pull this exhaust piece right off, and then it's open header from here right on back.
So I said 3 inches, and Charlie said 1 inch, and we settled on 2 inches.
So they're 2
it's 2 inches out from there.
So
And
we just
figured
took our time
kind of
and
compromised and took our time. And
talked about stuff and what we wanted.
make sure we got everything the way we wanted. Put all new glass and rubber,
everything.
Sandblasted the body.
But it's a real steel car. It's not a plastic car. So. And that's it. That's the update.
What about I remember you told me American Graffiti had motorcycle fenders or some shit?
In the front.
Yeah.
You guys did the same thing.
Yeah.
So we found those fenders Joe found them at a motorcycle shop. And we made brackets for them, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah, we got pictures of the original car, and Charlie and I were talking about the brackets. I wanted to paint the brackets black, and Charlie's like, no, the originals were yellow. And so I was like, and so he sends me a picture of the original American Graffiti car, and the brackets are yellow. So we painted them yellow. We're trying to, we did not cut down the grill shell. We didn't like that look.
No, when they chop the top 3 inches, they chop the grill shell
3 inches.
If this is our steel grill shell, original grill shell, we're not going to cut that either. So that's why the car's at visual height. And I'm tall, I need the headroom anyway, so it's like,
Well, yeah,
it's more comfortable to drive, you know.
Yeah, you wouldn't have fit in it if you chopped the top at all.
No, it was real tight.
We built a Model A years ago, a 31, and we chopped the top on it, and it was yellow. Charlie pulls up at a car show like this. It was miserable. He's like, I hate this car. It's so small, I can't drive it. He sold it.
Yeah.
And so then we knew then that there's no way he can drive in a chop top car and be comfortable.
No.
You know?
So anyway,
yeah.
Well, there you go, Joe. On to the next one, brother.
That's right.
Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
It's really cool to see the 2 years of work paying off here with something very special and so meaningful, not only to my dad, but to Joe. As I mentioned in one of the other videos with the 32 progress, Joe has a business called Joe's Paint and Body in Ocoee that's been there for 42 years, and he is still working every single day, hard as fuck, but would still find time every week to spend hours on this 32 with my dad. The two of them just back in the saddle again, back in the mega mix, because it is something that meant so much to them both. And they were both very excited by it. So I'm really happy, and they really were excited to show all of you that it's complete and how it looks. I don't have a ton of videos of it running, but I think it's going to be getting quite a workout here in the hands of my dad here. He is so happy to have this 32 back. I think it's just super cool, and I just wanted to share all of this with you now that the project is complete and they're on to the next one. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. See ya.